יש מספיק... Sir, thank you so much for hosting us.
आगे क्या सारे?
सर डॉक्टर
ब्रह्मदेव वहाँ चले गए। हाँ
मतलब गरोंडा
हाँ वहाँ भी ट्रेनिंग है ना।
ओके
होटल बहुत अच्छा हो।
डे फुल और बोरिंग, तो फ्रेंडशिप हो गई आपस में सबकी? हम लोगों से तो नहीं हुई है। गुड मॉर्निंग।
आप लोग छोड़ के चले गए?
नहीं, हम तो यही हैं, आप लोग वापस आए नहीं हमारे यहाँ से जाने के बाद। यू फॉरगेट कि हाँ क्यों जाना वहाँ, तो आप लोग नहीं आए। आज शाम में कल्चरल इवेंट रहने वाला है, तो सब लोग टाइम से मतलब इधर उधर घूमने मत जाए, यहाँ मतलब अच्छा रहेगा काफी। हॉस्टल में कोई प्रॉब्लम्स? ठीक है सब, स्टे, फूड? और किसी को सफाई करानी है तो हाउसकीपिंग दिन में आता है, आप अटेंडेंट के पास अपने रूम की छोड़ के चले जाएं। Good morning, sir. Once again, a very good morning to all of you. Today, we are delighted to welcome Mr. Uri Rubinston as a key representative from Mashau. Your commitment to sharing Israel's innovative apiculture solutions resonates deeply with our goals in apiculture. Your support for Indo-Israel trainings across various regions underscores the spirit of cooperation and advancement that the horticulture industry strives for. Thank you for joining us to help us cultivate a thriving, sustainable future for our industry. Please join us on stage to address the participants for the today's training program. Mr. Uri Rubinston.
Thank you. मुझे आप लोगों से मिलकर बहुत खुशी हुई। Having said that, we are today sharing knowledge. We have a very experienced beekeeper expert from Israel, Mr. Moran City. And actually what we are going to present today, it's the Israeli situation, because we are not familiar with the Indian situation and we are not pretend that we can teach you. We can showcase what we are doing in Israel, and actually what you should do is to see whether those practices are can be implemented by some modification maybe into the Indian beekeeping condition. So that's the purpose of today. And I've seen some ladies here, so it always reminds me that happy wife, happy life. So, and today theme is how to keep the bees happy and healthy. So let's try to do it. I wish us all a very fruitful discussion and learning from each other. And thank you, sir, for hosting us. And to you all that you came from various states, take what you ever learned here today and try to implement it and to share the knowledge with your colleagues. I think that it's very, and Moran also look at the agenda. We are lucky that we have scientists like that in India that we are going to learn from them. I mean me and Moran, to learn from the Indian experience and what you are doing here, especially the scientists that we will hear today and tomorrow. So thank you. And I wish us all a very fruitful event and seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we are incredibly fortunate to have this next voice joining us. Please put your hands together for Mr. Moran Siti, whose perspective is going for today's is challenges in agriculture which Israel is facing and keeping the bees healthy, happy and strong. Mr. Moran Siti.
Okay, good morning everybody. Maybe if I'm not using the microphone, you can still hear me? If you have problems, I'll go to the microphone. So my name is Moran Siti. I have a Master of Science on plant pathology, and I'm a beekeeper myself in Israel. I'm working for a plant protection company named Luxembourg Industry. In my company, the company that I'm working for, we have a special section for bee health products, and I'm managing this segment. And being a bee grower myself and working in a commercial company is combine the knowledge I have, and I'd like to share with you the situation in Israel, what we are doing in our apiaries. So in Israel, from the ancient time, we call it the land of the milk and honey. The main issues of today's lecture will be some history of beekeeping in Israel. We see the annual cycle of the hive. We see some of the problems in the Israeli beekeeper market. And we learn about ongoing projects. But to understand, we need some geography. This is the Middle East, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Syria, Jordan, and Israel, small country in the Middle East. On the east side, all Arab countries surrounding us. On the left side is the Mediterranean Sea. The length of Israel from south to north, it's altogether 4,080 kilometers, 18 kilometers. On the widest place, 112 kilometers. And just a comparison, we are in Haryana now, and I put Haryana map here for the geographic. Haryana from left to right is 350, and 360 from south to north. Square kilometers, can you see it? Down here. In Israel, the square area is at 22 square kilometers compared to 44 in only Haryana. population in Israel, 10 million. It's actually increasing dramatically in the last 30 years, but still 10 million compared to 30 million in Haryana. Regarding beehives, in Israel the official number is 120,000 beehives. And why I said official number? Actually the number is much higher, I can say like 150,000. But in Israel you have to register every hive. You have to pay tax to the government, to the honey council, for each hive you are growing. So you can imagine that big growers, nobody is coming to count how many bees they have. So if you have 2,000 declare, you might have 2,200, 2,300. So the number actually is higher than 120,000, but officially this is the number. Going back to the late history, 3,500 years ago, in the Bible, first announcement of honey is from Samson, that pulling honey out of the mouth of a lion. And this is really related to ancient Israeli history. For those of you who will know, this is the Sea of Galilee, and Nazareth, Jordan River, and right here down in Jordan River, there was an archaeological research. They found really ancient hives. You can see over here some clay hives, and I'm talking about 3,000 years ago, yeah? And in this remaining, they found 120 hives. And they still found 500 kilograms of honey that was good to consume. For the honey was still preserved for so many years. And they also managed to find 50 kilograms of wax. Over here, I don't know if you see so good, but you can see the structure of the hive, a clay, traditional hive, and for 3,500 years, that's the way they grew bees in Israel. And it's also mentioned in the ancient time of Egypt. You can see here illustrations of people harvesting honey from ancient hives. So it's all making together Israel and Egypt. And this is traditional beekeeping in Israel. This kind of hives are not existing in Israel anymore. It's really traditional one. In the early 80s, you can still find some apiaries looking like that. Over here you can see the comb. It's of course not a modern beekeeping method. It's traditional one. You can see he's harvesting the honey by hands. And this is not exist anymore, but for many, many years, 3,500 years, that's the way people actually grew honeybees. But in the early 20th century, when immigrants from Europe arrived to Israel, they introduced the modern way to brew honeybees in Langstrom hives. You can see over here a modern one. You can even see an extraction machine. And they taught people how to beekeep in a modern way, in a modern way to do it. So this is picture from 1919. And that was the way they migrated the hive from one place to another, or bring the honey back to the honey extraction machine by camels. And you have to take in account that at that time the local honeybee in Israel was Apis mellifera syriaca. And this is the picture of Brother Adams. I don't know if you are familiar with it, and probably yes. This was a researcher, a monk, a British monk, English monk. He was a researcher, a bee researcher. He was doing extensive international travel all around the world and tried to search for different varieties of honeybees, to do crossbreeding, and eventually to develop the best honeybee that man can maintain. So during his travels, he also arrived to Israel, and then he met the Apis mellifera syrica, the local honeybee that was at that time in Israel. And that's what he said about the Syrian bee. He said, in my estimation, the temper of the Syrian bee deprives this race for any practical value. The problem with the Syrian bee is that it's very angry, the temper is very not nice to work with, a lot of sting, and with that, low income of honey. That's what we had at the time, and he said bee has no claim to be of any economic value in her native land. It is still less in any other land. So he just neglected the Syrian bee. By the way, Brother Adams introduced to the world the breakfast bee. Do you know about it? It's excellent bee. I grew them myself. Very calm bee, very hygienic behavior. They collect very good honey, even in drought. So this is, personally, I keep Brother Adams' variety of bees, which is the breakfast one. But this Syrian bee is not exist anymore in Israel. Remember, it's a native in Israel, but it's not exist because early in the 80s, the varroa mite came to Israel, and because, you know, there was wild swarm of Syrian bee, nobody treated them against varroa. For many years, the Syrian bee was free of varroa, free of diseases, and can develop a nice population, but when varroa arrived, no more Syrian bee in the Israeli territory. Again, this is summarizing the native honeybee, Apis mellifera syrica, was extinct due to varroa mites, and commercial apiaries grow Italian bees. That's what we grow in Israel, Apis mellifera linguistica, with some Caucasian bees, some breakfast bees, and Italian bees. Beekeeping, becoming after varroa time, again early in the 80s. Before the varroa time, we didn't use any chemicals. Nothing. It was very easy, very nice to grow. After the varroa arrived, we have no feral honeybee anymore. Even the Italian bee, when they swarm to the wild, if you are not treating them against varroa 1-2 years, no more swarm, nothing, it's dead. So you have to treat, and we got many secondary problems because of the varroa. Maybe later on today we'll see some of them. Some understanding about the beehive construction in Israel. We saw it also yesterday. In Israel, you grow the brood in a brood chamber, and you maintain it like that in the drought, in the winter time, and after you harvest the honey, you have only the brood chamber like that. When there is a nectar flow coming in, we are putting here a metal extruder, and above it we are putting a super that is only for collecting the honey. So no brood is in the upper super, and in the collection of the honey time, you can take the floor itself, the super itself, take it to the honey extraction machine without any brood. And this is very important to understand. All the treatments against varroa are done only in this situation when you don't have honey flow in. And this is the excluder we are putting. It's 4 millimeter wide, so the worker can go easily up and down, but the queen cannot go up. So all the brood stays in the brood chamber. In the first box. For example, in the United States, they will put the extruder here. They have 2 broad boxes, and over here are the honey supers. In Israel, we are doing it only first brood. First floor is for brood. Okay, this is an aerial picture from of Israel. You can see that majority of the country is a desert. Look, over here is the green area, and over here is the desert. Here is where the rain is falling down mainly here, and as you go into the south, it's becoming a desert. So I mentioned before that our total area is 22,000 square kilometers, but eventually, if you want to grow bees, you need forage, and forage is not existing in the desert. So you can see that many of the hives, each red point is a beehive yard. It's all concentrated, all together in around 800 square kilometers. So imagine 120,000 beehives in 800 square kilometers. It's very dense and very difficult to grow honeybees in this condensed condition. Sample from this is Haryana area. In the past, they used to grow a lot of citrus, Jaffa citrus, oranges, all for export, and citrus honey is great. It was a lot of kilograms you can benefit from it. But what happened within time? You see all this city is grown up, new city. A lot of citruses are uprooting, and bees have nothing to do inside the urbanization area. By the way, the rule in Israel that between one bee yard to the other, you must have 1.5 kilometer space. So you will not interfere to the other grower. By the way, if you have any question along, so just raise your hand. It's no problem for me to stop and answer. So this is a sample how dense it is, the forage area for the bee yards. Some words about the annual colony development in Israel during the years. December, January, February, March, all the year round. In the brown, we see the brood frame development. During the winter time, really low population of bees. And as the spring starts to rise, also the brood frames are going up to nearly 10 brood frames in the brood chamber. Within that, of course, the population of the bee, which is the green line, is rising exponentially, and in the end of spring starts to decline. Sometimes in Israel, when it's a really good spring, and if the beekeeper don't maintain his hive so well, it's happened the phenomenon of swarming, and it's something we're trying to avoid from. We don't want to lose bees for the nature. We want to keep them in our beehives. So this is basically the annual colony development. Try to remember this because all the treatment of varroa are based on that graph. Now, when we are looking on the varroa development in Israel, so this is the bee population that's going up and then decline. But with that, the varroa population is actually going up and going up and going up. And if you are not treating, the colonies just collapse from the number of varroa. Over here you can see the number reached to 350 varroa per hives, and it can increase much higher. Numbers of 500 varroa per hive, it's normal. The way we are counting the varroa is we are monitoring. It's a different way to monitor. Maybe later on after lunch we see in the bee yard demonstration of that, but we are using amitraz fumigation, and the varroa fell down. Only the feral varroa, the one that's on the adult bees, fell down, and by that we are monitoring the number of varroa. So you can see that if you are not treating, our colony can survive. No way. So treatment must be done and done on time. Some words about citrus honey, which I mentioned before. It's a bright and delicate honey, very popular in Israel, very tasty. We have heavy storing during 3 weeks when the citrus are flowering, 3-4 weeks during the springtime. The next slide, we see how it's accumulating along this time. You can have 20-30 kilograms of honey flow during 1 month. It's amazing. It used to be the main honey source in Israel. And of course, the bloom and the nectar storing is really affected by the weather. If it's a rainy days and cold days, the bees will not go out and will not go out much, and you're losing the time. So if it's a nice spring with the sunny weather, it really can be a good nectar flow into the honey. The way we are measuring it, over here you can see an electronic scale. We put the hive on the electronic scale. About here is a data. It's conserved the data here, and it's also a battery. It's a data logger, and we can see the kilograms are there. We can measure the kilograms that are they're coming into the hive. Over here it's maybe a little bit old because it's 95, 96, but it's still today. It doesn't make a difference. You can see from 0 to 50 kilograms of honey income from end of April to the end of March to the end of April, 1 month. It can be like amazing. It's a very good year. In the last year, you can get like 30 kilograms of honey income during 1 month of citrus flow.
Excuse me, sir. This honey from one colony?
This is from one colony. Yeah. Yeah. So that's why the citrus plantation for the beekeepers is very, very important. Maybe later on I will mention, let's say it now. The modern citrus varieties, unfortunately, have less nectar inside them.
99 is the year. It's 99 is the year. 50 kilogram. It's on the
This is the y-axis, is the
91
kilogram.
it's 1999. It's the year. It's the year. The cumulative weight is on the left
On the
side.
y-axis.
You see, it's 50.
50 kg. Okay, 50 kg.
So you relax now.
But again, you know, also 50, 30 kilograms in 1 month. It's amazing. But unfortunately, citrus variety, modern citrus variety, have less nectar in them. And the other problems that the farmers, the citrus farmer, believe that the bees, that when they are coming to the flowers, eventually the mandarin become with more seeds inside them, so they don't even like the honey foraging on their citrus. So this is something really changed from 80s, 90s, even 2000 to 2020, and nowadays 2025, 26. Other varieties, other situations.
Can I make a remark?
Yes.
See, in the US, when you declare that you have a seedless variety, and it's especially easy peelers, when it's came to the supermarket, they will find, if an American mother will find one seed, she will sue the manufacturer or the supermarket. Why? Because they're afraid that the children, if you eat it and swallow it, the seed will choke. So what they are doing actually in California, they cover the whole orange trees or rock with a net that prevented the bees to come, so there will be no pollination and it will remain really 100% seedless. Before that, what they have done, they used to spray with chemicals and to kill the bees. That's the fact, just for your information. Yeah. Thank you, sorry.
Thank you. Israel we have a very important pest. It's a Mediterranean fruit flies. And you have to understand that Israel is an export-oriented country. We're exporting fruits and some vegetables mainly to Europe. And in Europe they don't want to have larvae of these flies coming into their markets. So there are heavy sprays, citrus plantation with insecticides against the Mediterranean fruit flies. Before it was malation, now it's a success, but you know it's really affecting the bee population, and from time to time we see some hives that are really got affected, bad affected from these sprays. And most of them are aerial sprays, but you know they're not so much precise. They can easily harm the hives or the bees that are foraging on the flowers. Okay, maybe a little bit complicated graph. Slowly we see the annual development of the hive and the flowers that are, you know, we have much more flowers and sources of nectar and pollen, but these are the main ones. February, March, this is the spring development. At that time, we have a lot of scenario and mustard, which is important for the bee development. Later on, we have really in the springtime, avocado, citrus, and almond. And actually, almond is very, very important. By the way, the farmers are paying for the beekeepers to bring their hives into the orchards to do the pollination. In case of almonds, it's very good also for the beekeepers to be pollinating, because at that time, not much flowering, and the almond is really giving a really good income of pollen, and the hives are really got strong. So that is in the springtime. Later on we have eucalyptus. Talking about field crops, sunflower and cotton are later on in the season. On the summer flow, a lot of white flowers, many you cannot count. And later on the autumn and before the winter, two important sources of pollen is carob and inola. And as I told you, very dry country. The rain usually stops sometimes here in May. And nothing is flowering besides carob and inola. So if you have them next to your hives, you are very lucky, and your hives can be very strong before you are doing the swarm yourself and wreck winning. Thank you. Okay, some word about the Israeli organization of the beekeeping. First, we have the Israeli Beekeeping Association. When it's included itself the bigger beekeepers in Israel. We have some, let's say, giant beekeepers with 5,000, 6,000 hives, private one, 3,000 hives. So always from this one is the mayor of the Beekeeper Association. So this is including one or two people. And you represent all the beekeepers in Israel. Of course, you have the most interest to keep the situation good for the beehives, because he is living from that. Besides of that, we have the Israeli Honey Commission, 3 people. This is associated with the Beekeeper Association and with the government. So it's combining the government and the Beekeeping Association. We beside of that, the Ministry of Agriculture holding 2 extension services, instructor that are going between the hives and give advice to beekeepers that need the advice. They are doing some basic research. Myself I'm really with good relation with them because I'm introducing to the market new products, and the way to do it is with the extension service and with the researcher. Unfortunately, we have in the Ministry of Agriculture only one researcher, and she's doing the research and publish papers and participate in conference around the world. And it depends, sometimes she's practical, sometimes not. But the main research work and practical work is with the 2 instructors from the Ministry of Health, with the help of the Honey Commission and the Beekeepers Association. Small country, you can come together maybe like these people that are monitoring the whole market. Some summaries of this market. So we are talking about 110, 20 beehives, 500 beekeepers, many small beekeepers. Like myself, you can count 30 big beekeepers. All the rest are between 100 and 500. The annual honey production is 3,200 metric tons. The price for the beekeeper, if he sells in big barrel, will be $4 for 1 kilogram. But if a retailer is buying, it will be $10. If I'm going to the supermarket and want to buy 1 kilogram of honey, I will pay $10. But the beekeeper gets $4 for it. Turnover of beekeeping industry in Israel is 50 million, which is not a lot. But the next slide will show what is really important. It's not the honey. And most of the honey is sold during Rosh Hashanah, which is the Jewish holidays, the beginning of the year. We have a tradition to dip apple in a honey and eat it. Every house in Israel buy honey for this holiday, and most of the sales of honey in Israel is during this holiday, Rosh Hashanah. Celebrating the New Year, we believe that if you eat sweet things, you're going to have a sweet year. Talking about pollination, which of course is the most important part of bees in the agriculture, and also for the humanity. Without bees, no agriculture, no food. So some word about the pollination in Israel. The bee industry supplies around 90,000 beehives for pollination. You remember the number of the beehives in Israel? 120. So majority are also busy on pollinating. And the pollination is contributing service 60 times more important than the beekeeping income. So $15 million coming from the bee industry, from the industry of pollination, the income is much higher.
What is the average rent price of 1 colony of pollination?
So it depends by time. The farmer is paying to the beekeeper around $150 per 1 month per hive. And for example, in avocado, you need 4 hives for a 1/10 of a hectare. So, you know, the farmer gets the pollination, he must have the pollination. Avocado became a really important crop in Israel, all for export. The low quality remains in Israel, the high quality go to Europe. Later on, I have a slide on that, but you see that avocado pollination with bees is very important. And the farmer paid to the beekeeper $150 per 1 hive for 1 month. Some samples of how busy the beekeepers during this period of time of flowering. I will not say the numbers, but you can see avocado, apple, sunflower, watermelon, all of them need bees for pollination. Without that, the yield will be very, very low. So I counted altogether 93,000 beehives busy in pollination. And altogether there are 120. So it's really, really important. You know, from time to time they are talking now to import honey to Israel. And the Bee Association said, look, if you get import honey to Israel with no supervision, nobody will maintain these hives. How you are going to pollination? And this is really saving the industry, the bee industry, from importing cheap and bad quality honey. Same brackets, all these hives are not managing to supply all the honey consumption in Israel. We have to import honey from around the world, usually from East Europe, which is okay in quality of honey, and sometimes from China, which is a really bad quality honey, sometimes contaminated with antibiotic, sometimes with heavy metals. And unfortunately, the regulation in Israel cannot stop this importation of bad quality honey. And this is the business. So we are always saying, if you consume Israeli local honey, it's the best honey you can consume, better than from other countries.
Can you just explain again? There are two sources of income to the beekeepers, which is pollination and from the honey.
Of course.
And the major is from giving pollination services.
Yeah. Both of them are important, yeah. Both of them are important.
Both are, but who is, I mean, because in the US and Australia, the honey is a side effect. They are making the money by pollination services to almonds and other crops.
Yes.
So, can you make it clear? So in Israel, why, if there, and the numbers that you gave, that for one, less than 1 hectare, 1/10 of a hectare, you need four hives.
So 1 hectare, you need 40.
So, you need 40 hives for 1 hectare, and he pays $160 per hive.
Yeah.
So it's why should he be worried about the prices of honey?
You are right.
That's,
but sometimes, you know, when you are pollinating avocado,
Yeah.
you're not getting honey, or you're getting less honey. Other if you're going to forage in the wild or in other places. I don't have the number, Uri, sorry, but I realize that from pollination you get a lot better income than honey. But still, honey is important. I don't have the number in the
Because
Russian,
in
sorry
India,
for that.
in India, I think pollination is not an industry. The honey is the major income. So, but we are talking about Beekeeping Bharat, so maybe in the future, you know, it will be changed. That's
Good idea.
Okay, some words about pollination in greenhouses. This is Arava Valley, a desert area. It's really tough condition to grow vegetables, but the Israeli knowledge managed to grow there very nice peppers, very nice watermelons, melons. And this is thanks to the contribution of bees, not only honeybees. Over here you can see how honeybees are pollinating the peppers. Bees are really clever creatures, I don't have to tell you that. And if they are always get pollen from pepper, for example, they cannot exist for long. They need variety of pollen and variety of nectar, and the hive will not survive inside the greenhouse or net house. For that reason, if you need to have a honeybee inside the greenhouse, you also have to add supplements, which is protein proteins from outside. And for that reason, if you are bringing honeybees to pollinate your greenhouse, one of the methods is to make a hole inside the net, so the bees can choose to go into your, for example, in this case, watermelon and pollinate them, and if they need other source of pollen, they'll go outside and search for it outside. So this is with the hole, it's a good method. Experiment we did. This is bell pepper, and you can see that without honeybee, we got this size of pepper. With the help of the honeybee, the size is bigger. But actually, there are other creatures that are doing a better job inside the greenhouses. This is the bumblebee. A very, very good pollinator for mainly tomatoes, but also peppers. The farmer, the tomato farmer, is either buying hive like that himself or other hiring from the company a hive like that. That's how the hive look from the inside. I will not going into details regarding the life cycle of bumblebee, but you have to understand that they are really important, and it's important industry in Israel. That's how it's pollinating tomato flower. It had much stronger vibration than honeybee. It can survive in higher temperature, work in higher temperature and lower temperature compared to honeybee. It doesn't need different sources of pollen or nectar. It can survive only from, for example, in this case, tomato plants. But with that, you can say that we have a problem. What about insecticide application? So there are, actually I brought here a leaflet that you can see. It's in Indo. I'll pass it through you soon. All the pesticides that exist in Israel, they did a test, and if it's green, so you can apply, no problems, even if you have bumblebee inside. If it's yellow, you can close the hive. Over here, you have like a shutter, you can open and close the hive. So they recommend close the hive for half a day, spray, and then open the hive again. And if it's red, sorry farmer, if you are using our pollination with bumblebee, these insecticides are not allowed at all. You can imagine some pyrethroids or really neonicotinoids. They stay in the plant for days. They just will kill the bumblebee colony. You can pass it between them and they can see.
इसको स्कैन करके ग्रुप में
This is an example of a bumblebee pollinating not in a greenhouse. This is a stone fruit. Again, the honeybee have some problems in lower temperature. Below 12 degrees centigrade, it's difficult for the honeybee to go out. And the bumblebee can be complementary pollinators. It's starting to be now in Israel also introducing bumblebee into orchards, but it's still not so common.
Yeah, if you can elaborate, maybe I'll. You know the difference between bumblebees and honeybees? Honeybees are very delicate creatures, and actually they are navigating according to the sun, isn't it? Bumblebees are not navigating according to the sun, they are navigating according to the poles, magnetic poles. And they are very hard workers, so they don't care about navigation done by the magnetic polar. So that's the main characteristic, and you know that when they pollinated a flower, they mark it, so they don't come again. Are you familiar with it? Okay, thank you. You're better than me.
Will be work in night also?
No, I know. It's, they are not Indian words.
Okay, continue. A brief about bee disease in Israel.
Indian governmental worker. After 5, you are not allowed to work.
You're allowed to work, but not to work. So bee diseases in Israel, of course, the varroa is the most devastating and important pest for the bee industry by far. This is the bottleneck of growing honeybees in Israel. But besides of that, in the brood, we have the American foul brood, European foul brood, which is a bacterial disease, sac brood, which is a virus, chalk brood, which is a fungi, and some viruses that are really common. This is inside the brood. And when we are talking on adult bees, we have Nosema serena, and some reporting on Nosema apis. And this is very important because in Israel it's still allowed to use fumaglim treatment, which is a kind of antibiotic against the Nosema, but it will work against Nosema serena, but will not work against Nosema apis. So if you have Nosema apis, it's not worse. You don't want to put antibiotic in your hive. So it's really important to know which Nosema you have inside it. We have deals with tracheal mites. Maybe I'll say some words about it later. It's not a big problem because if you treat against varroa, it's also effect on tracheal mites. And we have different kinds of viruses, which are really difficult to distinguish between them if you don't have a lab next to you. Summarize some of the problems of the beekeeping in Israel. Of course, the honey production is determined by nectar bloom. So in Israel, you have to understand that the foraging area is reduced. Due to urbanization, due to citrus plantation uprooting, due to competition with livestock. Me personally have a problem with cows that are coming and foraging in my next to my hives. There is a nice, beautiful spring, lots of flower, and when the farmer letting his cows or sheep go around, they are just like mowing all the beautiful flowers, and for the bees, nothing left. So it's a competition between the hives and the livestock. So it's also problems. A lot of flowering and foraging area are abandoned because of robberies and because of theft. And one serious problem is drought. During the last decade, we really suffering from a lot of drought seasons. Even this year, 2025, now we are nearly mid of December. It should be the high peak of rains in Israel, and only tomorrow it's starting to really to be rain in Israel. So imagine from May, even April, till December, no rain in Israel. What the bees have to eat. So this is the main problems. Beside of that, in the summertime, we have problems with oriented hornet, the Vespa orientalis, which is attacking the bees just like a helicopter inside the entrance of the bee. You have this in India? Yes. So actually, it's really fascinating to look at this, but not if it's your bees. They're just picking on the not strong honeybees, collecting them. They're taking their head off and going to feed their swarm down in the soil. So if your hive is weak, you have these kind of situations. Thousands of hornets are coming and infesting, and at the end of the day, they will finish the colony. Another problem is the migrated bird, European bee-eaters. You see even our Italian name is Mercus epiester. Epiester because of the Apis mellifera. So this is a migrated bird. It's going to Africa during the winter time, going back to Europe during the springtime, and on the way they are passing through Israel in the spring or in the autumn, and there are thousands of them. They're just becoming above the bee yards and eating the birds. And again, if you have a weak colony, this can kill them. The other problems, and we are doing requeening and swarms ourselves. We're doing the swarms in the autumn time, and you have to start it only after this bird is passed back to Africa, because you can think about the queens, the new queen going up in the air, flying really slow for mating, going really up, and it's a really prey for this bird to catch it. So you have to do it only after this bee-eater migrated and passed Israel. Beside of that, we have honey badger. We don't have much problem with that. From time and other, you see that it's attack hives, maybe in the south part of Israel. We are dealing with wax moth, Galeria melonella. Do you have it in India?
Yes.
Yes, really problem in the weak colonies. Nothing to do about it. Actually, no treatment. So you have to maintain your bees strong, so they will fight themselves with this pest. Otherwise, that will be the situation inside your hive. Big problem is losing forage area. Over here you can see cutting eucalyptus trees, and they are doing a lot of it in the last 10 years. We are losing a lot of eucalyptus trees. Look how big this tree is. Imagine how many flowers he had. Not anymore. And of course, I mentioned before, is the reduction of citrus plantation, changing to other varieties that have less nectar inside them, sprays during the blooming, and like we mentioned in Florida, also in Israel, we are covering the citrus trees with nets, no pollination, nothing. So this is a big problem. It's changing the situation like it was 30, 20, even 20 years ago. It's not a situation. And of course, we are dealing a lot with the pesticide application. Maybe I'll talk about it later. In Israel, it's still allowed to spray from the air. And if you are not keeping your hives close or take it away before the spray of insecticides, and even some fungicides are doing damage to the hives, you are in big problem, and this is a really big challenge for the Israeli beekeepers. As I said, you see how important it's for the pollination, but agriculture is going side to side with insecticide as well. So it's a big problem, and I'll talk about it later. You can see some acoustic damage from spraying the sunflowers against imparatrates, against the beetle. But what to do? The bees are also going to the flowers. And they are dead here, over here dead in almonds, and in other stone fruits in the south on the north of Israel. So this is really devastating for the hives. And actually, this is damage you can see in your eyes. But what happened if you see this in your eyes? This is not acoustic damage. This is chronic damage. You don't see it. But eventually, it's a really high loss of income, high loss of bees. We don't like it. And I have one slide that is talking about this phenomenon as well later on. We took actually the dead bees, send it to the lab, and tell to the lab, please examine the bees, tell us what you find inside it. So they checked it in a GCMS and also in LCMS, and they found oxyfluorophane, which is a herbicide, amitraz, which is an acaricide, methocarb, insecticide, and azoxystrobin, fungicide. All of that was found in this poor dead bee. What caused the death? And the acaricide came from the hive itself, because I said we are treating with amitraz, so they found amitraz. The insecticide probably the herbicide probably come from the field crop around. Also the fungicide and the methocarb for sure came from the stone fruit orchard. A sample in the north of Israel. Over here, you can see it's, the round area is a pivot irrigating system. They grow corn, sweet corn. And what to do? On corn, you have to spray against aphids and against different moth control. The corn in Israel is growing during the summertime when it's hot and warm. And during that time, not a lot of water, not a lot of pollen. So the honeybees have to go to the cornfield. And from time to time, we find dead bees that went to the corn, and we checked. And we found in the colony imidacloprid inside it. Came from the sweet corn. Indoxacarb also come from the sweet corn. And we saw really degradation over 3-4 kilometers far from this field corn. We still find dead bees that inside them we found this insecticide. Big problem. One way to solve this problem is to give the bees next to the bee yard fresh water. You can see with the water plants inside them, so it will be easy for them to land, and then they will not go far away. First of all, you don't want them to go far away to search for water, and they'll not go to poisoned water. So this is very good practical thing to do. To give the water really close to the bee yard. Another problem that we might face, that it's introduction of a new native, not native in Israel, honeybee. It's the dwarf honeybee. I think you have it here, Apis florea. It's an Asian local honeybee. It's already, they found it in the Lat, which is in the south of Israel. For the last several years, it's not really crossing the desert yet. I don't know if it will cross. In the meantime, it still stays in the lab, but it can be a challenge for all these bees around the Mediterranean area. Another problem we are facing with is hive theft. This is a really extreme sample. Not all beekeepers doing like that, but look what this beekeeper did. He put concrete above. So if you're coming, it's really difficult for you to go inside the honey. You put iron columns, iron chains, locks, and above all, fire fences. That's a way to avoid. Actually, there are much more clever way to do it. We put today GPS inside the hive, so if somebody is opening the hive, the GPS is alerting, and you got it on your mobile. Okay, somebody is in my hive. You can go quickly to go there. So this is the modern way of fighting thieves. You know, this is out in the nature. You are in your home, sleeping well. The thief is coming and doing the job after you are waiting 1 year for this honey flow, and somebody is coming and taking it. Some other things we are damaged with them. I mentioned the drought before, so we had a lot of fires. And if you are not maintaining your bee yard, keep of free of herbs, like here, you see the farmers sprayed around. So if there is a fire, the fire will not touch the wood put in your hives. So in the summer we have a lot of fires. In the winter, again, extreme weather. You get like 100, 2 millimeters of rain in 4 days. It's like a lot of floods. This is something they are trying to rescue hives from the flood that happened. And besides all of that, we have a good collaboration with the forestry foundation in Israel. It's called the Jewish National Fund. They are maintaining the open field areas with trees. And we have a good collaboration. The Bee Association has a good collaboration with them. We are planting trees that are good for the bees. And the Jewish National Association get credit for the planting new places. You are maintaining the soil, not abandoned areas, new trees. The landlords keep their land for minimal effort, you know, nice trees, a lot of eucalyptuses. Of course, the beekeepers get more honey from the new plantation. I told many uprooting trees, but still new plantation on the other hands. And the public get Greenland. So we're really pushing to do such collaboration with other institutions. It's a win-win situation. Some of the examples of new planting, trees and bushes that are good for forage. Over here, 2 examples that I like is the carwood that I mentioned. It's an important pollen income in the autumn time. And sword cedar, which has a delicate and excellent honey. It's grown in the south part of Israel, even in areas that are desert and salty water. And this tree can grow there. And if you put your hive next to this tree, your honey is great. It's really white and excellent honey. Some word about honey quality in Israel. So in Israel, you're allowed to feed the bees with the sugar syrup, but only on the time when there is drought and there is no free of nectar income. You are not allowed to feed during honey flow. Completely banned. So we have supervision over that issue, and there is a simulation of beekeeping protocols. Tell them, okay, you're not allowed now. Maybe in the winter it's okay, maybe late in the autumn it's okay, but no way in the springtime. And also we have protocol on the good timing for harvesting the honey. And I'll show it with you. The recommendations are, it's at the end of the honey flow season. You cannot take the honey in the middle of the season. Only when the honey is ripe. And now, how do you know when the honey is ripe? When at least 60% of the cells are sealed, the cells are full and not dripping. If you are picking a comb with the honey on and you're shaking it like that, you shouldn't see any drops that are falling down. If you have drops of honey breaking down, falling down, it's not honey, it's still a nectar, so it's not the right time, you have to wait. And of course, using an objective measures like a refractometer, measuring the contents of water and the contents of sugar. Only when it's above 80% is the right time to harvest. And big farmers, when they have a scale underneath their hives, of course the scale is easy to monitor from far away, and when they see that for 24 hours the hives stop to accumulate honey, for them it's a good sign, okay, the honey flow stopped, I can come and take the honey. Also high supervision on the extraction room. You can see all is from stainless steel. The floor and the walls with ceramic. It means that at the end of the day of work you can wash everything and can keep it clean and hygienic. So it's very important. And good beekeepers in Israel are participating in a program that says, over here it says Israeli good honey, good, and they got a sticker. And the housewife, when she's going to the supermarket, if she sees these stickers, she knows, okay, this is a good honey that was supervised, not mixed with sugar, and not contaminated with other sources of things that you don't want to be in the honey. Okay, this is, I would like to thank you for the first part. If you have any question, please.
One question, sir. In Israel, there is any GM crops, genetically modified crops, which are dangerous to honeybee? Or what is the behavior of honeybee to the GM crops?
Can you repeat again?
Genetically modified crops.
No, in Israel, we are not allowed to have GMP. Not allowed. Now they are talking about some introducing GMP, but
Even the cotton.
it's not a problem. It's not even one plant. Maybe in research center, it's really old. Not in the wild and not in the horticulture.
Some countries they are allowed to growing GM crops. What is the effect of behavior of the honeybee to that crop? Like mustard and some
Again, can you repeat?
יש מדינות שמותר להם לעשות, לגדל genetically modified crops. מה האפקט של הגידולים האלו? למשל תפוח שהוא genetically modified.
It's not much affected the bees. It's actually a good question. It's not much affected the bees directly. Because the bees are going to the pollen, are going to the nectar, it's not a problem, this is not the issue. But if the plant is genetically modified to produce an insecticide, or it allowed the farmer to spray insecticides freely without any problem, then it will be a big problem for the hive. On the other hand, no big interaction between, if you have a herbicide modified cotton, for example, or herbicide modified like you have in India, I think, BT cotton. It's not effect on the bees directly. Okay, I think we take like 2-minute break or 5-minute break and we'll continue. Any other questions?
סיימת עכשיו?
סיימתי חלק אחד לשאלות.
So what is the next part?
Next part, I would like to talk you to be focused about varroa. And on the other part, I would like to take you to talk about pesticides, interaction with honeybees, which is also important challenge. So, to be continued.
So it needs 5 minutes break, okay? But not Indian 5 minutes.
Can you put it in a presentation? Okay, my next presentation is going to be focused on the varroa challenge. I will mention other challenges, other pests, other diseases, but the main focus will be on the varroa and how we treat it in Israel. So, as everybody knows, the bee colony is really affected by the environment condition, climate and weather, and from the flora and bee formation. We are giving the flowers the pollination, and the flowers give us the food supply. But besides of these relations, we have a lot of relations with other things that are affecting the colony. If we are talking about other diseases and parasites, we have some non-infection disorders, poisoning and abnormalities, brood diseases and parasites, pests and predators. All of these are affecting our honeybee. In Israel, we have several diseases that are affecting, and we have to deal with them. I mentioned some of them earlier, just quick run on them. Epizema, Varroa and tracheal mites, two viruses, chronic bee paralyzed virus and acute bee paralysis viruses. This is affecting the adult bees. When we are talking about brood diseases, we have the American foul brood, European foul brood. Do you have them in India?
Yes, sir.
Yes, so you are familiar with them? American foul brood, devastating disease. Once you have it, you have to burn the hive. Nothing to do against it. A European foul brood we treat with the antibiotics. Sac brood, black wind cell, chalk brood, and varroa. Besides of that, we are dealing with pests and predators like wax moth, wasps, birds, badgers, and ants. Some words about honeybee ectoparasites. First of all, we have the varroa, and we'll talk about it a lot next in the next few slides. But besides of that, in Israel, we have a Browla flea, which is mainly affecting the queen. Many of flies are sitting on the bee, interrupted, and it's present in Israel. The third ectoparasite is Tropilelaps. Are you familiar with Tropilelaps mite? Okay. This is a new mite that is migrating from Asia all around the world, and it's even worse than Varroa. The Israeli beekeepers are really afraid from the Tropilelaps because all of its life cycle is done inside the brood cells. No phoretic mites on the brood, on the adult mites, only inside the cells. What are you doing against it? It's really difficult. Nowadays, this pest, Tropilelaps, arrived to Georgia, and we believe that in the next 1 year, 2 years, who knows, it might come to Israel, and it will be a new order. Like Varroa was on the early 80s, a new area for the beekeepers in Israel. We believe that Tropilelaps will be a new bad era. Over here we can see the Tropilelaps compared to the Varroa mite. It's a film, so I'll start it. Maybe it's not playing. Okay, these pictures were taken from, my friend gave it to me. She was a visit in China, and in China already they are dealing with that. Again, really big threat on the honeybee life cycle because it's difficult to treat. Okay, let's concentrate a little bit about Varroa mite. I will not dive into big details of life cycle. I think the next presentation will talk about it, the next speaker. But the 1.5 millimeter mite have a, unfortunately, very good relationship with the life cycle of the honeybee. The mite enter the cell opened brood cells after 5.5 days. Imagine it don't want to be the area, so the adult bees will not clean it. So it's coming only later on. The larva at the beginning feeds on the food that the worker are giving to the larva. Later on around day 11, when the brood cell is capped, then the celebration for the mite is starting. She is starting to lay eggs, the eggs are developed, they are mating, all in a sealed brood. Nothing you can do. The poor larva or the poor pupa and pupa are stuck with the varroa inside it, and you can do nothing, and you cannot get help from the adult bees. And that's the life cycle complete inside it. Eventually, the adult female worker leaving the cell with the varroa inside it, pass it to other varroa, and go on and go on. So you can see, as I demonstrated in the graph before, and I think I'll show it once again, from minimum numbers of varroa, you can reach to hundreds in one season. And the problem that is really, really similar, the life cycle is very similar and adapted to the life cycle of the honeybee. Over here we can see an adult varroa on an adult worker. Over here the varroa on top of the pupa of the worker. We can see adult and the nymphs on the larva. And of course the mite feed on the honeybee hemolymph. The mite sucks the hemolymph with its proboscis. It's wounding the bee, and beside that it's wounding, and the open wound is opening from fungi and from bacteria to enter to the mite. There are also vector of viruses. So all the problems, so many of the problems becoming because of varroa. So we have physiological effects and pathological effects that they might affect on our bees. First, the bee loses weight and they're becoming smaller size. We see degradation of glands, again functional, is decreasing. Lifespan of the bees are shortened. Changes on the hemolymph. Is it because viruses? Is it because other things that the varroa is transferring into our honeybee? The formation in wings, it's something that is really easy to distinguish. Damaging brood. Destroy the function of the colony, and eventually, you cannot see it, the colony is dying if you are not treating it. From the pathological effect, it's transferring and causing fungal diseases, bacterial diseases, and viruses diseases. One varroa mite can really change the lifespan of the colony. Okay, to remind us all that the development of worker is average of 90 to 21 days from egg to an adult, but the development of drone is longer, it's 24 days. So if the varroa mite is entered to a drone cell, the celebration is even bigger. They have 3 more days to celebrate, to lay more eggs, and if later on, after lunch, we found drone cells in when we were visiting the hives, and we gently opened the drone cells, we see how many varroa are inside. So one of the ways to fight with varroa is to distinguish drone cells, which are actually don't contribute a lot to us during most of the year. Over here we can see damage of varroa on the adult honeybee. You can see the defected wings and the brood, which is smelly, not regular. You see the formation of the wing compared to the good honeybee and against the syndromes of the brood are really easy to distinguish. You can also smell it. It's really highly infested, you can smell it. This is illustration, not from Israel, it's from Germany. It's an army training area where the German army is training. No naturally honeybees around there. And they did the experiment. They took 4 hives that were heavily infested with varroa. They put it over here. And then they put 1 meter, 30 meter, 400 meter, 1,300 and 1,500 clean hives. And they see how quick the varroa transferred from the infested hives to the clean hives. And you can see that it doesn't matter how much far is it from the infested hives. Within 2-3 months, all the hives in all the area was infested with varroa. Big problem. And of course, this picture is not from Israel, it's from United States. This is receipt for epidemic. 1 infested colony over here, all around will be infested as well, and it's happened very, very, very quick. It's easy to understand now why in the United States they are suffering so much from the varroa and for syndromes like CCDs. It's not so much in other places. In the United States a lot. How can you maintain such an apiary? How can you treat it? What do you know the situation inside? Take into account, later on you transfer it coast to coast for the almond pollination. Big problem. One of our ways to monitor varroa, and in the end of the day, it's also a way to control varroa, is using fumigation with amitraz. Over here we see a cardboard, small cardboard, that is soaked in KOH. The KOH prevent from a flame if you are taking a match and put it on this piece of cardboard. There will not be a flame, but still it will be warm, and the sparkles will run like this. No flame, so there no chance of fire inside the hive. And over here we have amitraz, and the amitraz evaporate, and all the phoretic varroa inside the hives is falling down. And if we are lucky, we'll see it later on in our demonstration. So this is one of our ways to monitor what is the situation inside the hive. Let's talk a little bit about varroa control. We are parting it to 3 main ways to do it. First of all, with IPM, integrated pest management, I'll talk about it. The second, looking for resistance or at least tolerance honeybee colonies, and this one to breed. And last but not least, which is the most important and common one, is a chemical control, and I'll talk on each one of them now. Okay, control by IPM. Methods. First of all is uncapping the brood cells. We know that most of the varroa is inside the cells, so removing them from the hive or destroying them. It's one option. And then, when you don't have brood, that is the good time to treat against varroa. It doesn't matter what you are doing, but when you don't have brood, your theoretical success will be much higher if you treat when you have brood inside. And it's important because later on I'll show example when we are doing the treatments. One of the treatments we are doing with fumigation is while we are requeening, we take the old queen out and we're introducing a new queen cell, and it will take around 80 days for the new queen to lay an egg, if everything is okay. And that is the good time to do a fumigation because at that time, no larvae present in the cell. Only fewer egg and only phoretic mites that are on other varroa. So remember 18 days when you are recruiting, this is the excellent time to do treatments against varroa. Another method is putting a net inside of instead of a floor, you put an iron net, and beneath that a sticky screen board. And the adult bees, while they are grooming and doing hygienical behavior, they are just picking the varroa down, and they are falling down, stick on the screen board, and they cannot go up and keep on doing damage. So this is another IPM control method. In some cases, which is really difficult to do, but using smaller foundation, the varroa is not like smaller B cells. They prefer the regular, and when you're using the smaller cell foundation, they prefer not to go to it. So it's another complementary treatment. Last one is queen caging. Okay, so we talked about queen changing when it's a good time, but you can do it also manually. Do the queen change, queen cage, and again you will prevent from larvae or new larvae to be introduced into the hive, and that is a good time for the treatment. Regarding the mechanical method, like I mentioned, the queen caging. So of course the mite is multiplied only inside the brood cells. So if you avoid for having a brood cells, it's easy to succeed. We are doing the queen caging. We're taking this cage, a plastic cage. In the summertime, you can put the queen above the brood frames. In the winter time, in between the brood frames. You keep it like that for 24 days. For 24 days, we are making sure no new larvae, no new eggs are inside the colony. And then it's the time to do treatments. Whatever you do, the population of the mites is really low, and that is the time to give it a knockdown, big knockdown. So this is example of a mechanical method. Regarding tolerance of honeybee to varroa mites, so natural tolerance found in variety of apiaries in many places in the world, in Uruguay, Tunisia, Brazil, around the world there are found colonies that the bees over there are tolerant to varroa because many reasons. So we take these bees and we are doing selection in modern institutions like in Russia, in the USA, and Germany, and also in Israel. We are doing selection for varroa tolerance bees. There is a group that's working from Sweden with breakfast honeybees, and they are trying to select bees that have a very good grooming behavior, very good hygienic behavior, one that is weakening the activity, the likely of the varroa mites to into the brood cells, and above all that, be healthy, give a lot of honey, be with nice temper. So it's not easy task, but scientists are working on that, and we all wish that they succeed. Now we're moving to pesticides method, and we have to understand that it's not easy to introduce pesticides methods against varroa inside the bee, inside the colony. First of all, we have to check the safety of the pest to the humans, to the public. Not any pesticides is allowed to be sold. You have to do toxicological tests, which are very, very, very expensive. So this is one obstacle. The other obstacle is, okay, you found a good-natured pesticide. Okay, now you have to know that it's selective to honeybees. Insects, honey, it has to be selective to honey. It also has not to be contaminated, the honey or honey products like pollen, like propolis. You don't want residues of these pesticides inside your honey. And above all that, it's to be efficient on varroa. So you see how many obstacles, and that's one of the reasons that the multinational big companies that have the capability of developing new insecticides are not dealing with developing into our market.
Also, the size of the market is too small.
Yeah, I think I mentioned it.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not so interesting for them. Today it's very, very expensive to introduce any pesticides to the market. Only big ones can do it, and we are in lower priority. Regarding natural products, also pesticides. Mainly we are talking about thymol or thymol-based essential oil. We know Epigard, we know Timovar, we know Epilifevar. All of these were tested in Israel. And to tell you the truth, efficacy is not so good. Beside of that, we checked formic acid. Okay, you can say efficacy is good, but in Israel climate, when it's too cold, it will not work. And when it's too hot, it's killing the bees. So formic acid in Israel is not fitting. Oxalic acid and citric acid, it's basically nearly the same as formic acid. Regarding oxalic acid, I will talk later, because it's a very interesting thing we are found. And actually we made registration in Israel to a new product that contains oxalic acid, Varoxan. I don't know which one of you heard about it. We'll talk about it soon. And again, this is a green product, but the efficiency on the hive is really dependent on temperature, and in Israel, actually they're not present because of less activity, and if it's active, it's also active on the bees. Regarding synthetic pesticides, I'll screen what we have in worldwide, and all of that is what in Israel. I think the most important one group is the paretroids, taofluvalinat, apistan. I guess all of you know these products and stripes that apistan.
I'm not sure. Are you familiar with those?
Yes, strips of epistle.
It's very familiar. If you have Aurora, you know apistan. I don't know if you're
No,
using
but
it. Yeah, okay.
things that are registered worldwide in India, not necessarily you will find it.
It is illegally used.
You see, illegal use. It's not registered.
Not recommended. Not recommended. Not recommended.
Okay. So I'm telling you what's happening in Israel.
Yeah, this is what we are telling you what we are doing in Israel. We are not. So this is something that you cannot introduce in India legally.
We had time with acrylitrin, another paretroid, and flumetrin, another paretroid. This is a bioproduct, Vivarol. All of these are paretroids. Once you have resistance to one of them, it's the same mode of action. All the rest are also develop resistance. They might develop resistance, and they are not working anymore in the end. So at the beginning, in the early 80s, we worked with paretroids. The area of paretroids is done. Then we introduced to our market Amitraz, Epivar product, which is also still used today, but starting to develop, we're starting to see signs of resistance. One way is sticks that contain amitraz inside them, and the other way is irrigation of amitraz that we are still using today for that development, legal development resistance yet. And the organophosphates, like Chromophos, a product Checkmate, was very good in Israel for 10 years. Actually, when we started using it, at the first 2-3 years, 0 varroa after treatment. It was very, very good. But you know, organophosphate, honey, it's accumulated in the wax. When you're recycling the wax, you still find the chromophos inside it. So within time, the bees were exposed to lower doses of chromophos during the year because of the recycled wax, and they contained lower doses of chromophos. And after 10 years, a complete resistance. The product is not working anymore, but at the time, I think everybody were happy. It had another problems. When you're treating next to requeening, or if you are growing queens, they found that the queens eventually are small. They couldn't find that it affects so much of the lifespan of the queen or laying less eggs, but the phenomenon, they saw that the queens are smaller than the normal bees that did not treat it with chromophos. But lucky or not, we don't have it anymore. It was time that they mixed, before my time, mixed malathion, which is another organophosphate, which is relatively not so toxic to bees. They mixed it with sugar or with flour and put it above the brood chambers. Not anymore. This is sample that's showing the important tools we had. Epistan, Checkmate, Galpitraz, which is sticks that contain inside them amitraz. And this is the newcomer. I'm happy to say that I was, in collaboration with other people, one that introduced it into the Israeli market. First sales for grower really started last week. This is Maroxan product. It's contains oxalic acid, which is natural, present in flowers. For example, clover have a lot of oxalic acid inside it. It's exempt from residues in the honey, so you can use it. We are not recommending it, but you can use it while you have a nectar flow inside the colony. And green product, and in the end of the day, very, very effective.
Who is the manufacturer of this product?
The manufacturer is a Uruguay company, and the distributor is an English company called Vita Europe. But the manufacturer is from Uruguay.
You have it there?
It's relatively new method. It's the first year of EPA, I think, was last year, EPA registration.
And it's
And Israel is the second.
And it's green.
It's green. Completely
So
green.
that's you will not have any issues in India.
So if I can recommend, if you can put your hand, or I can help you with that, it's something you have to check, to my opinion. No contamination of pesticides. It's no pesticides.
Would be of use in India?
We see the Varoxan stripes here. That's the way it looks. It's a cardboard soaked with oxalic acid. From time to time, if the bee has a good grooming and hygienic behavior, they eat the stripes, so it's important after 2-3 weeks to open the hive and see the situation of the stripes. If they're eating them, to put new stripes. And this is another method to measure or to monitor the varroa situation inside the hive, and we do this demonstration later on. This is with methanol. We are shaking the bees with methanol and varroa fell down. Another new method, actually Israeli company developed it. It's a device you put inside the hive. The device called Tubia, and this is the name of the company. Inside this device they have a cardboard soaked with each pesticide you want. Basically, it's nowadays they are using the amitraz. They choose the good time to do the application. They're doing it at night time when all the bees are inside. It's like a flame of evaporating of the pesticides in the night, and it's a knockdown for all the phoretic mites that maintain in the hive. And you have to repeat it every 3 days for 7 days. For 21 days altogether, you make sure that all the brood was exposed to this evaporation of pesticides. 21 days from egg to adult, so at least 21 days. Every 3 days you have fumigation. And besides of that, they have a monitor outside the hive, which monitor many factors that they choose. It's how much you pay, you get, and it's going down to your mobile phone. Sounds great, the only thing that it's nowadays expensive. Farmers in Israel are not doing it so much. We are working that the government will subsidize it, and it will be easier, but it's still too expensive. But nice idea. And I think the most new solution in the market, it's also come from Israel 15, 20 years ago, but it's not an Israeli company anymore. The patent was sold to Bayer, that sold it later to a company named Greenlight. It's a RNAi product. It's RNA that inhibits parts in the RNA of the varroa. It's clicked to the varroa RNA and eventually defect the multiplication and the reproduction part of the varroa. This is, I think, the most new technology and the most new method to deal with varroa. It's got the EPA registration last September or October, very new. It came with a sachet. Inside is a syrup. The syrup contains RNAi particles. The adult bee feed with that virus. The mites that on the varroa, the syrup entered also the hemolymph of the adult mite. The adult mite go to feed the larva. When the varroa is eating the hemolymph, it required the RNAi, and that is stopping it from reproduction. So it's not a knockdown. It takes some time for the product to work, but eventually it seems to be a very good solution. We are trying now to bring these products for test in Israel, but because it's RNA and DNA issues, it's a lot of bureaucracy. But in Israel, you know, they introduced a COVID injection to human, which is RNAi. Why not to treat honeybees with that? So we are positive that in the end of the day, we manage to at least check it in Israel, see if it's working. Will be excellent.
See, we respect the bees then more than human beings. In Israel.
You know, they did a check of RNA on us.
No, they are not allowed to treat without experiment.
Let's see some of the advantage. Of course, it's effective, safe, tested in the field, FDA regulated it, natural and green, easy to apply, affordable, maybe a question mark on affordable, it will not be cheap. And the market really needs product. So maybe in 5 years when I come here again, we say, okay, we succeeded with that. It's going to be a bit of a complicated graph, but we'll do it slowly. On the y-axis, we see here the number of bee population. On this side is the number of varroa. White illustrates the stoppers during the year. Here is the months of the year, and we see that the honey supers are going rising, and going down within the year. And the bee population correlated. When there's a lot of nectar flow, the population is growing, and then when the nectar flow is going down, the population is going down as well. And this we saw before. The population of varroa exponential rising through all the year round. Now the question is where we are treating against varroa. So the first treatment we are doing here in the beginning of the spring, before the population of varroa is going up. We want to maintain it quick and down, and it's before the honey flow, before we put honey super zones. When we have honey super zones, we're going to contaminate our honey, so we do it only on the brood super. Okay? So this is the first time we are giving the treatment, and the treatment remain inside the hive for 6 weeks. We're taking the treatment out, and now it's a good time for nectar flow and great development of our colony. And the second time will be after we take our honey supers home and extract the honey from them. Again, the honey population is low naturally, no much brood frame. It's a good time to do the second application. And let's see what's happened to the varroa population. If this is the normal behavior of varroa without treatments, when we are treated, it's the green boxes. We can see that we maintain it much lower. Of course, not 0 all the time, but we maintain it. And when it's growing up, we are in the good timing for giving it another tap on the head and reducing the populations of the varroa. Question: why is such a low availability of varroa control pesticides? So we talked about it before. It's expensive, not interesting for the big companies, and because of resistance. We talk about a little bit about resistance, which I wish we don't have to face with that. But resistance is a phenomenon that happens when you got reduced sensitivity of pests to a treatment. Even if you increase the rate, you got a good efficacy in one rate, and if you double the rate, still you don't get efficacy. This is the phenomenon of resistance. It's happened from a natural genetic mutations that the pest have. You are spraying or expose the varroa to a pesticides. Luckily, there will be small amounts of varroa that are not sensitive. They're defects. They're not sensitive to the pest. So, in the next application, they have advantage over the sensitive population. On the third application, the sensitive population is really decreasing, and the resistant ones is rising up, and eventually, you're in a resistance situation. So we have resistance, we are a small market, nobody want his pest, nobody like buyers in general want his pests inside the honeybee. To say that they found their compound inside the honey, inside the propolis, they say, okay, no, thank you. I'll stay with the normal agriculture, not in the apiary business. Resistance. It's maybe old graphs, but it demonstrates very nice how quick and how hard is when you have a registration a resistance situation. over here we can see when we first introduced Apistan in Israel in 93. The red column is the population of the varroa before the treatment, after 6 weeks, really minimum population. 93. Going to 97, we see population, okay, in this case was lower, but even in the lower population, lower efficacy. You see, we still got higher numbers of varroa. And going to 97, another bee yard before treatment, and after treatment, you count more varroa even before. So the treatment didn't do anything. So this is the first record of registration of resistance. 3, 4, 5 years, it's appeared. And another April 97, again, you start with even a lower population of varroa. After 6 weeks, it's grown up. So Epistan had a good time in Israel, and it's finished. It was episode that we tried to, after 10 years, to introduce Epistan again. 10 years that we didn't use Epistan. And we managed to do it for 1 season, and then the resistance came after 1 season again. So Epistan is not working anymore in Israel. What can we do to avoid, we cannot avoid resistance, but we can delay the occurrence of resistance. What can we do? So first of all, we have to monitor the population during the season, and especially before the treatment. If we know before the treatment, if one population of varroa is resistant to X compound, I will not treat in X compound. I will go and search for other things. So this is one thing. You have to monitor the population before the treatments. As much as you can, you need to rotate between different control methods, not to put the pressure only on one compound. Always to rotate, then statistically you will get less mites that are sensitive, because they will be killed by the other compound. And how do we monitor resistance? I said you have to do it before the treatments and also after the treatments, but before is very important. We can monitor it in field scale, we can monitor it in lab, and we can do genetical analysis when we take it into the lab. They know exactly where is the gene of resistance, and they tell, okay, this is a resistance population, but it's not available. Nobody have the money to send the population for sequencing. But we'll talk a little bit about monitoring in the field and monitoring in the lab. So this is the field, and this is the lab. And this is also the field. At the lab level, we take population of mites. We do exposure of the population to the miticides for 3 hours in standard condition. We put them in a bags in a rising up dosage. You can see this is the lower dose, and the dose is going up and up inside each valve. You can see after 3 hours they are still alive, and when you are increasing the dose, you can find that the mites are falling. So this is one way to check if you have a resistance strain inside it. And we have nice researchers now in Israel that is doing and monitoring the population from many places in Israel and say the resistance issue to, in this case, Amitraz, and the farmer or the beekeeper can get answers whether or with what to treat. So this is lab level, but the farmers can do it also in the field level. What we are doing is we're taking a plastic jar. Inside it, for example, we take a piece of Epistan or a piece of Epivar. We stick it on the top of the plastic jar. Down we have plastic net, and down we have oiled plate. We placed it, we exposed 300 bees to the post-pesticide. It stays inside it for 3 hours, and then we are counting the mites which fall down. Okay, the mites that fall down are the sensitive. They are affected from the treatment. Later on, we take all the bees and we wash them, or with water or with ethanol, and we see the bees, the mite that we found after the wash are the resistance one. These are the ones that didn't fall from the treatment. And these are the ones that fall from the treatment. So the ratio between this one and this one can tell the level of resistance. So a good farmer is doing it in his own apiary. This was the last slide talking about varroa. So if you have any questions or
how we manage those yellow jackets of worms?
we have two methods. One is legal and one is illegal. I'll tell you both. The legal one is traps that you put early in the summer in Israel. The wasps are attracted. So you put protein inside the trap, and the wasps are coming into the trap, go inside, and they cannot go out. It's okay. It's medium control, but not perfect. The other way, which is illegal, and I'll tell you, is poisoning meat. You take meat, you put on it a fipronil active ingredient, which is very, very active on Hemiptera. Also, our honeybees is Hemiptera, also wasp is Hemiptera. And it's not so poisoning to warm blood creatures. Like if a wild animal will eat it, a dog or a cat, it's also attracted to meat. Nothing bad will happen. So the wasps are attracted to the protein. They take the protein with the fipronil in it. They are going to feed their nest, and after 3 hours, no wasps exist anymore. And just giving their larvae the poisoning meat, and it's finished. I would not say that after 3-4 weeks they will come again. The problem is that later on in the season, the wasps are not attracted anymore to protein. You just put carbohydrates. So and there you are in the problem. Maybe later on I'll tell you what we are doing in that situation.
Thank you, Dr. Moran. I would request you to please stay for a moment on the stage. Now, for handing over the certificate of guest speaker to Dr. Moran, I would like to call upon stage our JDH Com Principal STI, Dr. Billu Yadav. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Moran, for sharing your knowledgeable insights among all of us participants.
Upon the seasons when you are operating. Secondly, the place of colony. These whole dynamics are changing very fast based on all these 7 factors. We cannot rely on single factor. This is the prime fault which our scientists commit. Colony estimation, it is a standard one, we go for 10% assessment. Yes, definitely. Next. So, we have an infested colony or apiary, goes during the foraging sites, that is another source of where the infestation gets spread. Infestation is brought to colonies and then from colonies to the apiary. So this complex is there. And the situation in Israel and ours is different. They don't keep colonies like us as we have. And you simply see a colony of 200 or 225, apiary of 200 to 225 colonies where we have infestation. And if you have a colony, apiary site nearby, how critical that situation becomes because of the interaction of three systems: apiary, hive, and the forage site. Next. So, sometimes you must have seen the congregation of the hives. If you have seen it, you must agree that yes, this is the situation where the management principles are shattered, and that makes hell of a situation for us for the management of the, not only for anything related to the bees. Next. So, we have some recommendations for preventive measures in terms of apiary distances, 3 kilometers minimum. But who are aware of the bees, they know where we have the migratory sites. It is not a situation. Line to line 10 feet, colony to colony 3 feet, and when we conducted extensive surveys, we found that it was not the situation in 82% of the colonies, apiaries. Standard hives, as we have heard from our Israeli counterparts, they use standard boxes. We call it beehives. In India, we use boxes. We don't call them hives. हिंदी में उसको बोलेंगे डब्बे. They are not standard equipments. The adoption of standard equipments is less than 0.1%. That makes the situation murky. Vertical colony growth means not from brood but from supers. And I can ask you and you see it, what is the situation? We have only 0.7% apiaries which have these supers, beekeeping on supers. And then extraction, you know it, it's from the brood chamber. Also, robbing is a problem, and we are giving feeds in open. So these problems, not only I'm talking about the 3 factors earlier, but these are also the problems which help in lateral and vertical spread of the next. We have devised there are many internationally standard methods for its detection, but I have many of these invented new methods, developed new methods based on our Indian conditions. So we have visual inspection. This is generally done by all, but it is not proper. We have debris on bottom board. So we have scale counting sheets. World over, it is a standard one. Here we are using sticky sheets where we can have 1 by 1 inches marking on them by the sketch pens, and we can simply use them as the scale counting, and then we can inspection of the bee pupa. This is where we find maximum of the varroa. And you can use it, new gears also we have done it. So simple thing is that we have 19 pupa 1 square inch in, for our pupa, of which are this worker bees, drone bees, and 25 is there for the worker bees. So we need to inspect 200 pupa for having the optimum mite levels. Next. So sampling is very simple to be done. 2 brood frames, shake them off, then through the funnel put it in the glass bottle. It is 400 gram jars, 400 ml jar. It is 500 ml jar, 400 gram honey jar. Divide it into 3 places, fill it up to 1/3 portion. That will be containing about 200 bees, adult bees. Next. Then the basic method is, in the soapy water, you fill it with, shake them, and then sieve it. And after sieving it, you can count this varroa adults. ET levels, economic threshold levels, are 10 mites in that sample. There are other methods where we use tobacco, smoke, formic acid, sticky boards, etc. also. But this is a very simple one we can use. Next.
Sir, soapy water, which concentration?
Anji?
Soapy water.
Soapy water, see, depends on the what type of detergent you are using. Here we have a 400 ml, 400 gram bottle, where it will be around 150 ml water which will be used, and you can have 1/4 teaspoonful of detergent. That is enough for it. The basic purpose is that when you dip the shake those bees, then they are easy to fall off. Next. So this is some of the innovations we have done. The standard method is that we have the sticky sheets on the bottom board, because the varroa, it falls on the bottom boards, adult of the varroa, and they are counted. So instead of that, we have plastic sheets, the simple plastic one. You can cut them into 17 to 14.5, that is the internal dimension of our bee box, and place them. You can place any sticky material, that is a grease also, oil also. This is cheap and reusable. This sheet is about 1 rupees 50 paisa, but this plastic sheet you can reuse it. And the economic threshold level is, so what we do is, we keep the sheets inside, and we keep it for 3 or 5 days, take them out, count those. So, and number of total varroa you have found divided by number of days. Then you count, you have the per day mite fall. If it is more than 8, it means it is above the threshold level. Now you have to, that's the point where you have to intervene. Next. So, this is how you can count the dapres. Okay. Next. So I developed this new hive, and it has this a sliding bottom board, and it is a mesh on it. So you know that varroa keeps on falling; it should not go up. So on that is a sliding one. We can take that out also, and there is another modification to it. Where we can have a wooden frame, and we have this mesh, and that can be fixed also. So both the things we can use. It will help not only in the detection, it will also help in your management also. So this is the same way you can monitor also, and you can also have the management through this. Because once the varroa falls on the bottom board, it doesn't go up. it remains there, it is unable to move up. So 10% of the varroa falls down generally. Next. So we have then icing sugar is used when I was telling you about detecting these. Icing sugar is not available commercially in our places. It is very, very costly. The simplest of the method we can use is, you know, bura khate ho aap sab log? Just sieve it. It will act the same way as your icing sugar. And it is almost inexpensive. You can use it for sampling also. And you can also have the same results for this. Next. So, when we come to the management, one should be very clear, we cannot eliminate it. It is only the management where we can reduce our losses. This is very important. So, distance is there, line to line. I told you standard heights are to be there, vertical colony growth, Queen excluder we are not using. It is a very effective thing which you use it also, and no extraction from the honey chambers. Sanitation can be done because we are keeping at least in our apiary 2 to 3 persons. They are generally servants. They can do it in the higher infested colonies, but it is tedious work, but it does help in reducing it. Next. Some biotechnical method is that in drone combs, maximum of the varroa is attracted. So if you can use them as traps, that is one of the most effective ways of it. But thing is, commercially we don't have the availability of the drone frames. Some of the plastic drone frames are available, but we cannot use them as in general practices. So commercially we cannot use, but there are so many other ways where we can induce colonies to produce more drone cells. You must be using, whenever there is a breakage in the frame, there is always formation of new cells which are generally drones. So you can simply keep a blanket one that will be more likely to have drone broods, drone cells. You can have a strip. When the workers build on, they are likely to have drones on this. And similarly, if you cut the lower portion of that, mostly the drones will be there. And these are the places where the varroa will, whenever this queen will lay eggs, and the varroa will be attracted, and you can just remove them, so that you get rid of the varroa from the colony. Next. So I was talking about two hives which I had, and this is the one innovation. This is mesh bottom board inserts. So this can be made from iron. This can be SS also. This can be wooden also. You use this frame where we have this mesh on it. This mesh we need for 14.5 to 75. Cut it into pieces, and it can be simply folded onto the inserts. And in the standard colonies, they can be inserted from the front, but in the boxes we are using, we need to empty out the frames and then insert it. But it is always better you also use the sticky sheet. Even if you don't use it, most of our work is done. So this whole treatment, this cost of this equipment is 90 rupees. Very cheap. Next. I have around 38 such innovations for varroa management, and we were able to manage in India because of these interventions. So similarly we can have it for on the wood also, wooden frames also. Say. Next. Anyone can manufacture it. I have not got them patented. You can use it, no issues. So, the basic chemical treatment is formic acid. We are using, available is 85% or this formic acid, and it has to be used 5 ml per day for a period of 14 days continuously, which is a tedious job. You should know it. Because to apply it, you have to remove frames, 3 to 5 frames, colony gets disturbed, many other incidental problems occurs because we don't have the dispensers for formic acids in India. So how I overcome this? Next. One recommended is that you can use formic acid through the entrance hole also. Just smoke the bees so that formic acid doesn't fall on them, otherwise it will kill it. And with the burst of this injection syringe vial, you can put that amount of formic acid through the entrance hole. So if it is 85%, the dose is 24 ml, 65 is 30 ml. So importantly, smoking, and this operation is to be repeated 4 times after 3 days. Otherwise, it is to be used for 14 days, 5 ml. So here we can have these treatments in about 5 repetitions, total applications, then instead of 14 ones. Their glass vials are also used, but in the developed world, they are using formic acid dispensers. And they are to be used in each colony, and they are specific one where they release specific amount of formic acid per day. They are very costly, we cannot use here. And they are to be, because they are to be used in each of the colonies. It becomes a huge expenditure, we cannot be used. How we overcome this is in the next slide. So, this is what I saw, this formic acid glass dispenser. We have small vials, injection vials. This is 10 ml vial. What we needed is 1 straw, small cotton, and a syringe. That's all. Nothing is to be done. It's always good that we have a sticky sheet on the base so that anything this falls on it doesn't go up. On the one side, which is on the farther side, opposite to the entrance, place it. Have this straw there, that is conveyor, and then place the colonies. Next, this will pop up from among these frames. Through that, apply the formic acid. And what happens to the super colonies? You can just add another straw. It will do. So, it only takes 5 minutes for application. The application time is 30 seconds. We need, preparation is 5 minutes, application time is 35 seconds. Old method, it takes 7 minutes. Total cost of application is rupees 4 paise 10. Next. But these are not available in the field because our beekeepers are in the jungles or so many places where these things are not available. But they have their tins for honey extraction. उसके ढक्कन होते हैं काले वाले, ढक्कन लगाने वाले पीपे को. Same you can use it, a muslin cloth, and just make a small hole into it, and then this straw. It does it. Same effect as the costly formic acid applicators. And the cost is 75 paise. Next. So, there we go for repetition. But one thing is we have the pads. We have polythene bags, 23 by 10 centimeter, and just have the newspaper cuttings, 21 into 10 centimeter, insert them, and then you add the formic acid into it, keep it in the fridge for some time, and then after sealing it with the tape. Very simple, all the things are available with you. Next. Then, if it is the winter, use 85% formic acid. If it is summer, 65. In winter, plate it on the top bars. In summer, on the bottom board. Simply you have to cut a stripe out of it that will serve you one-time application, the most cheapest one. I have given you about 40%. If 5%, 5 frame colony, 10, 15, 20, I have calculated everything for you. So if you have a 10 frame colonies, then you need 70 ml of 85% formic acid. And if it is 65, it is 125. Everything done for you. Next. So these are some of the things which our farmers, beekeepers have innovated. They are using sanitary pads, parts of them. They have these absorbent boards, foam pads, cotton swabs. But they have their own demerits. They are not standardized. And they are just being done. Of course they can be standardized, but there is no information about that. Our farm beekeepers are the most innovators in the world. Next. So, it does have ill effects. I told you, optimum temperature 10 to 35 degrees. When it is higher or it is lower, you need to take care of these things. Otherwise, it may kill queen, the brood will be thrown out, and swarming, even the colonies will be lost. Next. Then the safer one, still safer one is oxalic acid. It comes in 71.4% concentration. And how we do it is, that solution of it is 3%, 3.2% solution is made. 40 gram oxalic acid, mix in 500 gram sugar and 500 ml water. The whole content will be not 1040 grams, it will be 875 ml, and it will be at the way of doing is 5 ml per frame. जो आपकी colony की strength हो, 4 frames 20 ml only, 10 frames it is 50 ml. So it will be good for 17 to 18 colonies. 2 or 3 treatments as 5-day intervals have to be done. The way is that you have a syringe, and with that, if you have 4, then you pour it slowly and slowly. But making it with this syringe is difficult, not calibrated. So we made this oxalic acid applicator. It has a flow controller on the top. It is a 1 liter bottle, and you can use it up to 20 colonies per application. Very simple to do that. Next. Then we have lactic acid, which is the safest of this. So lactic acid, we have 15% solution is to be made. So we have 165 ml lactic acid and water. It is good for 20 colonies. It is sprayed using these sprayers at a 45-degree angle on the adult bees, not on the brood. So that's why we are having this 45 angle. So important, if the colony is broodless during the dearth period, it is very good. When it is on season, don't use it. Efficacy drops to 27%. Cost of the 1 colony treatment is 5 rupees. Next. So these are some essential oils, which are thymes or vine oils. There are so many oils which we are using. They are also available in tablet forms, dust forms, they are there. So absorbent pads you can use based on the season on the frames or on the bottom boards. So they are very good for organic operations. Next. This is one of the cheapest method for varroa management in the world. बुरा खाते हो, शादियों में बुरा खाते हो in the marriages? देखिए, I told you housing sugar, not available. Filter that bura so that we have smaller particles. Use that. जो बच गया ऊपर से उसकी चाय पीजिए, no issues. Okay?
डॉक्टर साहब आजकल जो शुगर का पाउडर आता है बिल्कुल पाउडर कैन वी यूज दैट?
I told you this is icing sugar we call it because it actually these are the very smaller particles which will when it comes in contact with the honey bees because we have to dust on the bees and they have irritational effects on them and because of that rubbing and also that when they do that then varroa on the body falls down. This is the actually the practical way of doing it. So final that is done, but that is very costly, not available in the places where our beekeepers are. This is available. Simply use it, 20 grams per colony. Dusting has to be done. No equipment is needed. Sieve करिए उसको, that is important. Sticky sheet can be used, it is added advantage. No ill effects, organic method, anytime can be used. Summer, winter, every time. Integrated grow management, everything is done and cost is 2 rupees 50 paisa, whole treatment. Every 3 days repeat it. Only 5 treatments are to be done.
So manually you are spending.
So we are keeping at least 2 to 3% per apiary of around 250 colonies. We have an advantage of labor in India. And I tell you, I have not worked on it further. We can simply have its applicator also. I'll make it that also. So these are all my things which I have personally made. Next.
Sir, instead of this Bura sugar, we can use normal sugar also?
No, sir. I told you this is the particle size which is important. Grinded sugar. This is important. That's why we prefer icing sugar. Because its particle size is so smaller. That's why I told you that if you have to use it, sieve it. Okay? Next. This is the most common method, chemical method, and my friend has already explained you about it and its implications. Worldwide used, in India, illegally used, in plenty. Okay, so we have many things on this synthetic pyrethroids. So we are getting it smuggled from China, and its efficacy is higher, definitely. But it is fraught with the problem of resistance, and we have seen resistance in our Indian bees for this. Its efficacy has gone down. But other problem associated with it is fat soluble, means any contact with your frame, that is, it will be absorbed into the wax and your honey will be contaminated. Honey flow season, it should not be used, never in the supers. Residues are there, never repeat, and they have to be removed. And now I tell you what is the reality. Next. So there are many chemicals for this. We have flumethrin also, deltamethrin, cypermethrin, sulfate, fluvalinate. These are the things available, but we are having, most of them is fluvalinate we are using in India. Next. Based on our Indian conditions, I have proposed, and this is being used as integrated varroa management. We have inspection. I have made this into quarters based on our beekeeping season. We have June to September, which is our dearth period. Then we have October to December, which is our build-up period. Then we have January, February. This is our most productive season. And then February to May, there we have a fall. These are, and all operations, they are different for these all one, but inspection has to be done everywhere. Distance colony to colony, box to box standard. Robbing, yes, January, February we are not bothered about the robbing. Neither we are March to April. In May, yes, we are. Drone trapping, we should not do it in June to September, October to November. We can do it January, February, or March, April, because that is the period they are available. Mesh abort control can be used everywhere. Supering is done, but you know I have told you what is supering percentage in India. Organic treatments are there, they can be used, but we should not use this during two periods from October to December and January to February, because these are the most of the honey flow seasons. Then we have synthetic pyrethroid, same with this. Only two options we have, two time periods we have in India. June to September and March to May. Not those periods. Then EFB also, we have January to February, where February onward EFB comes. Next. So, if we have to use these synthetic ones, they have mostly contact, but some, there's cianazole also systemic, and camophos also, check mites, they are systemic also. And we have to apply most of them 2 strips, flumethrin, bevrol 4, and bromphylate 1. So, importantly, not in honey flow season. This is thumb rule. Next. This is one thing which we have patented also. I thought it was very cheap thing, but next. The problem is that all the strips, they have a hole inside for them to be hanged between the frames. And we are using sticks like this, matchsticks or something like this sticks. You have it, and then we are using bori, burlap wrap on it. कोई हमारे जो है inner cover नहीं है. You know that? No inner cover. So anything on it, it gets folded, and 50% of it sticks along the face of the wax. That is why our honeys are getting these residues. 50% efficiency is lost. Next. So this is the perfect thing. This costs 10 paise. This instrument. And you use bori, anything you use, it is good for when we are using inner cover, but in all Indian situation, it is the best thing available. No, it hangs in the center, not sticking anywhere. Perfect thing. Next. You can see. Next. Then we had that formic acid and other applicators. So this is another patent we have got. Next, I'll show you how it works. Next. See, we keep these formic acid applicator, glass applicator, plastic applicators, and so many other things. But the thing is, we have to power it. Most of the time, bees go onto it and they are killed. Then there are some chemicals which, when we are placing it, any bee getting into it, they get killed. So, this is the one where we have these perforations. We have a foam inside, you can remove foam. Any damn thing you can use, any crystal foam, any liquid, any solid, any powder, anything you want, and there will be no contact with the bees. Any season, any time, any chemical. An option where we can pour it chemical liquid also from the top without disturbing the colony. Simple. Next. This is our new hands-free honey bee colony observation grid, where we take observations. This has also been patented. Next. So these are some technology which my university has recommended for use for the beekeepers. Next. These are the two books in English and Hindi which I brought out. All the things are there. And for beekeeping, this is the most sold book, both English and Hindi, in the world. Next. This is the trap. The first trap design is front placement, one, and that is the front insertion model. All the pollen traps in India which are now being used, these are mine. Next. Next. This is what I did in 1993, because when I was director, we found that while inspecting the colonies, we keep the bee frames on the ground because there is no other place. Lot many pests come on those. That is a source of these problems also. So this is the high frame holder, and world over this is used. I was surprised when I went to France, Epimondia, and there were at least 27 stores which were selling this. So I just asked them, what is this? They said this is the frame holder. I just told them who invented it. So I just told them, yes, it is me. Fine. It is the basic handling equipment of all the beekeepers. Very simple. Next. Asia's first honey processing plant at Pune. This is what we developed. And then in prototypes we developed 9 processing plants. This is large-scale honey processing plant, and they were installed in 9 places in India. It was in 1993. First honey processing plant. It was at that point of time world's best technology. We had microfiltration, we had moisture reduction, all these components, they were there in it at Pune, CBRT at Pune. And this is India's first honey parlor. We made it. And I would tell you, India's first export of honey that was made to Sharjah. 1 container load of bottled honey. It was done by me at that time. Next. Thank you. So, any questions? Yes. Sure. We can have a long discussion, I think, but questions are welcome for the benefit of audience also.
I'm happy that, we didn't plan it like that, but your lecture was actually complementary to the Israeli guest, because we only reflect the situation in Israel.
Yes.
We didn't, what we told at the beginning, that we are not going to tell you what to do in India, we are just going to tell you what we have in Israel. Now, one I learned today from Moran that this formic acid, it's very toxic, or is not active when the temperature in Israel.
Yes.
When the temperature are low, it's not active. When the temperature are high, it's toxic to the bees. Do you experience the same phenomena here in India?
Yes, sir. This is a universal phenomena, and that's what I have told you, that I have shown you also, that we are having 4 quadrants.
And 2 periods.
So we are having it on those periods when the temperature is low. So
not too low.
Yes, that is below 35 degrees centigrade. It's the best working temperature range is 10 to 35 degrees centigrade. If it is lower than that, it will not work. If it is higher, because of its evaporation, the colony, this bee death will be more. In addition to that, it has the capacity to go inside the seed brood also, and it kills the seed brood also. So that is what we don't recommend at the time. Your observation is same. And secondly, what your first comments were, I also said in the beginning that I've also not come prepared for this. It's just by chance that I am here. Means a bit planned, but definitely had I known it then I could have invited you, or we could have been together to share these things. And we look forward to many of the technologies from Israel because you mastered those things. And we have our other domains where we have our mastery. But thing is, now from a base level of beekeeping, we have to rise to the higher levels where we are at par with the international standards, because we are one of the major exporter of honey. We had a scare of honey, our honey being banned in 2009 to 2011. And these are because of these problems. And I was luckily part of that team, and when the European Commission came to India for interrogation, we showed them that yes, we have the potential to do wonderful beekeeping, and yes, some of our things are even better than the beekeepers they do in the Western countries. Low cost, efficiency. Thing is how we teach those beekeepers to have those things in uniformity over a large swath of beekeepers. Then technology, demonstration and transmission, which agencies like IBDC are doing, but they need to have more practical aspects on those. Integration with the university more frequently, because that domain cohesion is very important. And actually we are leaving one big component out, that is KVIC, Khadi and Village Industries Commission, Central Bee Research and Training Institution. I tell you gentlemen, when I joined in 1993, we were responsible for 80% of total beekeeping in India, including owning of the hives. I had 273 directly aided institutions. I had 18 regional research stations in India. I had 27 field observation stations in there. The research those people have done, we in university, even if we all put all the university's research together, it is not even 0.1%. I had seen from my own eyes, my illiterate fieldmen who knew the behavior of the bees, mood of the bees. So amazing, I just stand like a fool among them to see how they can do that. Dorsetta bees, they will just play with them. Wonderful people. So just have more integration. That is very important. And thank you very much for calling me. Any questions you have, you can ask me. Then thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I request you to please stay on stage for a moment. I would like to call upon stage Mr. Uri Rubinston and Dr. Ramesh Kumar to hand over the certificate and memento to our guest speaker, Dr. Opi Chaudhary. sir. Thank you for sharing years of your research and innovations among all our participants. You are truly an asset to our beekeeping industry, and we are fortunate that you belong to Haryana and that to our parental university, HAU. Now moving ahead for our technical session, I would like to call upon stage Dr. Gaurav Makkad, Assistant Scientist, MSU Karnal, for his opinion on pollination support by beekeeping. After this lecture, we will be having one more lecture and then we will have lunch break. After that, we will move to IBDC along with Dr. Moran Siti.
Carry on for a brief introduction. I am very honored to tell you all that I have been a student of Dr. O.P. Chaudhary, and it has been a real privilege here that he has been sitting on the other side. Thank you so much, sir. I really am blessed to have you here at the moment in the audience. It was a very nice presentation on covering all the aspect of disease management in honeybees. So I will also share my experience about the pollination aspect of beekeeping that we often ignore. As sir informed that how important, what is the economic importance of pollination in beekeeping or in our agriculture. And what we often do as a beekeepers, even as a scientist, we generally ignore it. When it comes to increasing our production, we look towards how we can control insect pest, how we can control disease, or how we can spray pesticide so that we can kill the insect. But rarely we think about that we can also increase the production by using bees for pollination. Next. As you all know, basically pollination, what is pollination? I will start from the very basic. Sometimes we get confused, what is cross-pollination? Can any of you tell me what is cross-pollination? In simple, because there is still confusion about it. Yes.
When pollens come from another tree.
From the another
plants.
Another plant. Same species. Same variety or different variety?
No, different varieties.
Different variety? Can you please next? So self-pollination we all know. So the pollen is coming from the same flower, right? Next. But when the pollen grains, they are coming from a different flower of a different plant. That plant does not need to be from a different variety. So I repeat, when the pollen grains of a flower are transferred to the stigma of another plant, that the pollen is coming from a different plant, but it can be the plant of a same variety or different variety. It just need to be from the same species. So you can still see even between us there is still some confusion. So you can guess how can be the situation among the beekeepers and general public. So that's where we start. Even if we talk about the crops where bee pollination or insect pollination is not directly required, still the use of honeybees, still the use of alternate pollinators can increase the crop production. Next. So why pollination important? My topic is about pollination. Why it is important? This aspect we generally ignore because most of our food that we are eating on regular basis, like rice, wheat, they come from crops that are self-pollinated, right? So, but there are still 35% of the crops that we consume regularly are animal pollinated. And if you know, among animals, insect and especially bees, they are the most important pollinators. Next please. It is essential for so many crops. Next. The crops, this might be the situation if we don't have bees and pollinators pollinating our crops. We will still eat our rice, we will still have wheat, but we won't have apples, pear, almonds. Means the tasty things, the fruits that we really enjoy, we won't be able to consume them because if bees are not there, the alternate pollinators are not there, we won't have insect to pollinate these crops, and it will ultimately affect our food choices, leading to deprived nutrition, malnutrition, etc. Next, please. So this is how a bee looks like when it is covered in pollen. So you can imagine if these bees, even a single bee moving to multiple flowers, a single bee can lead to pollination of so many flowers. Next, please. These are some of the crops that some of you already know that really requires insect or bees pollination. It covers a series of fruit crops, apple, peach, and it also includes crops where the seed production, such as onion, coriander, and spices, the seed production depends upon bee pollination. When we have bees around, our seed production will be increased many times. Next, please. So these are some of the crops. As I mentioned about the economic importance or the economic benefits of bee pollination, I would also like to add that upon assessment, around 235 to 577 billion US dollars. So it is actually the evaluation of crops, and it doesn't even cover all the crops, all the regions. And it has been a paper published a long way ago in 2009 or 13. So you can imagine this value by this time might have been increased many times. At one time, on one side, we need bees for pollination. We need to increase our production. We need to increase the crops that are high value crops. And definitely these crops like blueberries, berries, strawberries, high value crops, they need pollination. But on the other side, we are losing these bees due to so many factors, such as pest, disease, etc. Next. So these are some of the other crops, like I mentioned, onion and coriander seed production. Next. We need bees. Why honeybees as a pollinator? Right? Why these bees as a pollinator? Because no other group of insect. I am not saying that other group of insect are not important as pollinator, but I am saying relatively, why honeybees are more important? Because they are morphologically more suited. Why? Their body is covered with dense hairs. They have special structures for pollen. So that's why these bees are more important as pollinators. And if we talk about our food, pollination is not directly just related to humans. Humans consume meat as well, and for the most meat and dairy industry, they need crops for feeding animals, cattle. For example, clover. Clover is also bee pollinated. For seed production, we need honeybees. If you talk about India, most of the seed of clover buzzing is being imported in India. We are severely short on the seed production side. So for these business to flourish, we also need bee pollination in these crops. Next. As you already know, these are the 4 species, major species in India that have been used for crop pollination. Next. Next. Yeah. So I'll just cover a brief study that I compiled about where and how these bees have been used for crop pollination. So if we talk about majorly Apis mellifera, there are so many crops, apple, almond, avocado, brassica, blueberry, cherry, and they have been proven as a pollinator based on their pollination efficiency and their contribution to fruit set in so many countries, India, Pakistan, Spain, USA, everywhere. Next please. Guava, kiwi fruit, lychee, mango, onions, peach, pear, plum, strawberries, so there are heaps of crops. So we cannot just say that pollination is important for some crops. If you do a worldwide assessment, pollination has been important. Specifically, honeybees and other bees, pollination has been an important aspect and it is required for majority of the crops. Next please. Why they are good pollinators? Because they are morphologically more suited. Right? They can be kept in hives and easy to manage, as you all very well know. They visit a plant in large number, right? And also, the pollen, as you have seen the photo I attached, the pollen, it gets stick to their bodies in large number. So it increases the probability of transferring the pollen to more number of flowers, right? When a honeybee forage, they begin foraging on a plant species and they just continue to do so until the resource is exhausted. So for example, if you put these bees in our orchard and the orchard is flowering, they will stay there for the pollination until they are getting the resource in the crop. So it is a very useful trait for a successful pollinator. Otherwise, sometimes happens when the crop is not really attracted, the bees or pollinator, they get attracted to other crops. Next please. As I mentioned, they can fly for a huge distance, 3, 4 or 5 kilometers. But depending upon the studies and my personal study as well, the most effective pollination, it rarely happens beyond 500 meters from the hives. So majorly the pollination is concentrated from 200 to 300 meters because when plenty of resources are available, bees, they don't bother going far away from their hives. Then the timing of placement is important. It is a study we conducted in macadamia and mango orchards in Australia. So we place the hives before flowering, at 10% flowering, 50% flowering, and we came to conclusion that if we talk about honeybees and stingless bees, the best time to place them is when the flowering is 5 to 10%. Site of placement. Mostly, as you also know, beekeepers and farmers, what they do, they place hives at one site only, maybe near one edge of the orchard. But if you distribute them effectively, in groups, in scattered rather than groups, so it has been reported to have better contribution to the crop pollination. Next please. As I mentioned, the colony arrangement, it should be like 300 to 500 meters. And to increase pollination, for example, there is a study we mentioned from almonds orchard in Australia. We used brassica or mustard crop as extra floral resources on one side of the hives. And it has been reported in orchards where we used extra floral resources on one side, it has better pollination from the honeybees, because then bees were there to support them initially in the off period. Next please. So depending upon the colony, as I mentioned about the colony arrangement as well, but as I mentioned, protected from, while doing pollination, protecting them from disease, pesticides is also important. Normally, we use keeping bees in the group so that we can keep them outside the orchard and we avoid spray. But we forget that even if bees are outside and we are spraying, they'll be getting exposed. So it is better we use specific pesticides or we use green chemistry or less toxic pesticides. I tell you an instance what happens during my research in a big mango orchard. It has around 40,000 mango trees. And I'm talking about the Darwin town in Australia. So it is the mango hub of Australia. What happened there? It has around 40,000 trees and the farmer, it has the best flowering in the town. The trees were in mass flowering, but he noticed some of the problem from thrips. I insisted that do not spray. Or even if you want to spray, spray during the evening times, because he had very natural population of wild pollinators. I insisted to spray during the evening time, but he sprayed around 2 p.m., 3 p.m., 4 p.m. And what happened, despite being the best flowering, he had the worst fruit set in the town. And it has been a part of research. So then he asked me why this happened. What should I say? I told him already that you should not be spraying at that time, because the loss that pest is causing at that time is far less than the loss that will occur by killing all the bees. And it happened at that time. And that farmer has been in contact since then, and he has completely avoided spraying during the flowering season in mango. If he rarely spray, he spray during early night times, 7 p.m., 6 p.m. And he said like it has really noticed the difference in fruit set as well as the visit rate of pollinators. Next please. So we talk about pollination. We can also actually turn it into a real business. It has been doing the case in developed countries. So now we can argue that developed countries is doing it, we can also do it. Next slide please. So if I talk about multiple countries in Australia, from my personal experience, growing almonds over 6,000 hectares, on an average they are using 7.5 hives for every year in pollination, and that comes to $200 per hive, around 11,000 rupees per hive. We already know that these hive rates are very expensive if you compare to India. We cannot fetch these rates, right? But we can still fetch something. I will show you example of the beekeepers. Next please. So this is the situation of US. What happens when there is a season in California, almonds? I think you all might have heard about California almonds, world famous everywhere, right? So if you see from all over the US, all the hives, they comes to California. Why? For almond pollination. Because they can fetch very good rates. Next please. Next one. So this is the circle of hive movement that we call migratory beekeeping. The beekeepers from all over, they move to sunflower, melons, blueberries, and they congregate to almonds. And the cycle keeps on going. That's how they are turning it into a business. From my personal experience and talk with beekeepers, what they mention, rather than selling their honey, they are making good profit by providing their pollination services in US as well as Australia.
सर जैसे ये मैप है यूएस का, माइग्रेशन का आपने दिखाया है, तो ये ईस्ट कोस्ट और वेस्ट कोस्ट में बहुत फर्क है, तो इसे एक बार हमने ट्रक लोड कर दिया माइग्रेशन के लिए, तो ट्रक में तो बहुत टाइम लगता है, तो वहाँ आए तो फ्लाइट ही लगभग 5 घंटे की है वहाँ से, रोड पर इतना टाइम लगता है.
That's why, sir, most of the beekeeping is concentrated, migratory concentrated here. But they still have the option to move on other, because as you mentioned, the distance is huge. So these beekeepers, these farmers, they are willing to pay more. So
It's almonds and strawberries. Like
yes, definitely. Strawberries, berries, yeah, exactly. Next, please. So this was the situation about honeybees. You already very well know about it. There are some other pollinators that we often ignore. We completely ignore. Even if our study, if we talk about the situation in India, North India, South India, we also have stingless bees. Some of you already might have heard about them. Stingless bees, they have been very important, and they are proving their efficacy as the studies are going since last 5 to 6 years. So this is a stingless bee from Australia, very tiny, black in color. You might consider that these bees are really small, what they be doing in pollination. But if you compare their size with mango crop, this is a mango crop. If you compare their size with mango, the flowers are small, very small. They need small pollinators. The size of honeybee is huge. I am not saying honeybees, they are not contributing to pollination of mango. But I am saying, if we take this specific crop an example, if there is other flower resources nearby, honeybee will fly over the mango orchard. They will go to eucalyptus, other crops where they can find more resources. Next please. So talk about stingless bees. In India the studies are increasing, mostly in South India. We have been trying, making effort to bring them in North India and receive some hive designs that can help them actually survive the winters. There are heaps of crop, apples, avocado, cherry, chili, coconut, coffee. There are so many crops where they have proven their efficacy. Even in India as well. Strawberries, cucurbits. Next please. Why I am talking about stingless bees? I am talking about my personal experience. I started my PhD in Australia, Western Sydney University, and where I found that the project actually focused on honeybees. But when I visited the mango orchard for the first time, I rarely found a single honeybee. But there are heaps of stingless bees. Then I asked my supervisor why we are not focusing on these, there are so many of them. they said like the farmers, they are actually not keeping them in the hives at the moment. So what we did, we searched the population, the forest area nearby, and we found hundreds of hives in one single day in 3 lots. So if a pollinator is that abundant, naturally associated with the crop, it should be having some efficacy, right? So that's why I studied stingless bees in mango. And I'll be surprised, and you will also be surprised, 46% of all the pollinators coming into mango orchard was simply stingless bees. Then what about honeybees? Less than 0.1%. So we cannot just always talk about honeybees. We should be looking for alternates depending upon the situation. I am not saying that if we study stingless bees in India and mango, they will be having the same effect. But there should be some other local pollinators, local species, native species that can contribute to the pollination. Next please. Then we took this study forward, and what we found, the number of fruits on mango pellicle, they were increasing proportionately with the number of bees observed on those pellicles. Not this, the number of fruits also increased with the number of flowers visited by stingless bees. If they are visiting more number of flowers, if they are visiting, spending more time on flowers, it actually leads to better pollination and better fruit. Next please. So this is the study I did. Very simply, normally in pollination studies, what we do, we cover the panicles, right? I also used a better design. I got these bags made in India because it was impossible to source them in Australia and they were hugely expensive. In India, the cost was around 2 or 3 rupees per bag. So the mesh size was actually 5 mm, slightly more than the body of stingless bees. So very easily they can go inside the bag. And first I was worried that they may not be able to, they may not consider those flowers because there are so many flowers nearby. But what actually happens, if the flowers are bagged, it excludes bigger pollinators like honeybees, overflies, and then the flowers have better reward, more nectar because it has been untouched by the bigger pollinators. And I was surprised to see that there was no difference in open pollination and the big mesh size. These bags has better visit by stingless bees. So it clearly suggested that even we exclude all the bigger pollinator like honeybees, overflies, blowflies that have been reported best pollinator of mango worldwide, we will still be able to get comparative fruit set. But when we ignore that, we excluded all the pollinators, the fruit set was almost negligible. So this study clearly shows that honeybees are important, but the alternate pollinators, the native pollinators of our place, they may be different in India, different in Australia, different in Israel, but they should also be considered while planning pollination studies. Next please. There are some other bees as well, bumblebees, leaf cutter bees, sweat bees, mason bees. So the main talking point is consider honeybees, but should also be focusing on other bees. For example, bumblebees, they have been reported excellent pollinators in temperate regions. Right? Next please.
But housefly also contributing the pollination in mango?
So housefly, I have also read in some of the books, but even in my study, what I did, I collected all the pollinators. There were some housefly. I removed pollen from their body. I almost found negligible population and negligible pollen on the bodies. So houseflies, their population in the orchards is not very high so that we can qualify them as a good pollinators of mango. And we can't even naturally increase their population in the orchards. Honeybees, blowflies, stingless bees, they can be increased and manipulated, but houseflies, their efficacy have not been directly reported in many studies. Next please. So we talk about Indian scenario. The gross crop area as per ICR is more than 200 million hectares. And there's a number I often found in books, that if you only need 3 colonies per hectare, but the number is very less estimated. I talked about almond. What about almonds? They are using 7.5 hives. So macadamia they are using 8 to 10 hives. In mangoes they are using same. So this number is hugely underestimated. But still, if we go by this number, around 1/3 of our area needs pollination. We will roughly need 200 million hives. Do we have it? No. So why I am showing this? Because there is a huge potential for the pollination business to explode, to flourish. If beekeepers adopt this business, next please.
And sir, 200 million bee hives की requirement है. Means कि ये जो rearing of bee hives, उसकी बात कर रहे हैं हम.
Sir, I am talking about pollination.
Pollination की बात कर रहा हूँ. ये तो bee boxes की बात कर रहे हैं आप. लेकिन जो आपके जो wild bee हैं वो उसको तो नहीं है.
Yes sir, definitely. But what is happening at the moment? अगर हमारे पास we have managed bees, still we don't care about our pesticide schedule. So if we talk about practically, farmers I think they don't even consider wild pollinators while spraying on their crops. That is the reason why I am not showing the figure here. Because farmers while spraying, beekeepers, they completely ignore their wild pollination. But they are still playing a part. So this is one of the beekeeper from Haryana, from Karnal. What he does? He is a migratory beekeeper. And I was just talking about him, talking with him, and I said like, is this business really profitable? He said it is really profitable. He has been moving hives to Pomegranate in Gujarat. So he's getting around 1,000 rupees per hive for pollination. He's been going to apple and mustard. He mentioned roughly he is getting 800 to 1,000, 1,000 to 1,200 rupees for pollination per hive, apart from the honey that he is getting. So this is the activity that can also be taken up as a business, not as a side activity. Next please. So this is a video to show you a group placement of hives. It's a big pomegranate orchard in Gujarat. So that's where these beekeepers, there are 5 or 6 beekeepers, they club their resources and they have contacts with bigger orchard owners and they move their hives into those orchards.
Sir, farmers are not using the iron stand or anything. So no problem of any ants or other enemies of the bees?
It's depend upon the beekeeper. Some beekeepers they use, but when they go for migratory beekeeping, what either they place on the ground or they just use iron or bricks. They still face issue. For example, I was talking with this beekeeper earlier today. They have now the issue of hive beetles. He had around 500 hives. There were some beekeepers coming from Madhya Pradesh, and their boxes were full of hive beetles. And now all the boxes they are infested with hive beetles. So all these problems start from the ground because the hive beetle also pipette in the ground. So that's why the infestation from soil it definitely helps. But as I mentioned, these are the scientific methods. If more and more people, educated people, take up this business on scientific way, these problems can be easily managed. Next, please. So later, just to not taking too much time, briefly mention about. I'm not saying that this business, like any other business, it is full of challenges. It is not without any challenge. There are so many challenges. Landscape management. Bees will be shifting bees to different landscape. They have different landscape proportions of natural areas, different pesticide uses, climate change, pest and pathogens. So all these factors, they need to be also considered while planning or while using bees from a pollination perspective. Next, please. So there are some things to consider. We should maintain extra floral resources, focus on off-season management, use limited pesticides, or when it is absolutely necessary, spray them during the time when bees are not very active, or cover the hive entrances for a day. We should use ETL-based spot application on, as I mentioned, confine the bees when we are spraying for at least a day. Next, please. So that was all about my talk. Thank you so much. I'm open to your questions if there is any. Thank you. I think it's time for lunch.
And Dr. Ramesh to present a memento. I request Dr. Opi Chaudhary as well to present a memento to Dr. Gaurav Singh.
The monster.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, all the dignitary. Now I request Mr. Sanjay Takshar to present before our participant bee venom collecting method and its marketing strategy. After this presentation, we have a lunch break.
I will not take much of your time. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. I'm delighted and honored to be part of this, this seminar. I was very excited to be in front of you. I mean, the master of the industries, master of the beekeeping industries. And you're the people who know each and everything about the bees, their behavior, their health, their working style, and everything about the bees. So there cannot be a better platform to put our words. For us, this will be the best platform to put our words. So people are present from India and a few of our friends from Israel. I welcome all. And this is honor for me to present a PPT on bee venom. So this is our company, gentlemen, Innovative Farming. And what we do is, we are into bee venom. Am I audible? Yes. So we are into production of bee venom, right? I'm attending these kind of seminars in recent past, but I'm really surprised when people talk about bees, bee honey only. And there are a lot more products other than bee honey. We have bee venom, we have propolis, we have bee wax, and many more. But we morely talk about bee honey, only bee honey. Rightly so also, bee honey is the maximum contributor of the volumes, right? So today I am talking about bee venom. What we have done is, in last couple of years or more than that, what we have done is, when the idea came into our mind, the biggest challenge was how to collect bee venom. Because in India, neither the market was there, nor the equipments were there. But anyhow, somehow we have managed to, got the products, got the devices. This is our device. I'll show you later on. So we have manufactured the devices. Now we are ready for the production. We are doing the collections. We have done some more than 100, collections. So now we are ready. We know at what time it should be collected, and how it is collected. So can we start with the presentation slide? So this introduction we have done it. Next slide, please. Bee venom. What is bee venom? This is a natural substance produced by bee honeys, and these are the components of bee venom. Major the component is melatonin and peppermint enzyme. These are the components of the bee venom. Where it is used? It is majorly used in pharmaceuticals as an anti-inflammatory treatments. It is used in cosmetics as for anti-aging creams and serums. It is also used in biotech research. Apitherapists are also using it for a pain relief. So these are the uses of major, and current study shows it has a major in for cancer treatment as well. It is also used in cancer treatment. It kills cancer cells. So why we are doing this, and when the idea came for the bee venom is to majorly increase the income of the beekeepers. Currently we are only selling honey, and some people are working on pollen as well as wax. But the income part, when it comes to the income part, it is very low. By selling only honey, the survival is very tough. So the idea came, you can increase the income of the farmers, and there is no lethal damage. It's no lethal, no death threat. We have we have medicines for this, so there is nothing to worry about this. And we'll be encouraging sustainable beekeeping and boost employment as well. And how our country is benefited, I mean, the biggest is bioactive export market. This is the biggest advantage of doing this. And when the export starts, entrepreneurship, yes, it will increase, and high export value brings foreign income to our country. So that will be a add-on by doing this. And this mission of Prime Minister as well, to double the income of the farmers. So this add-ons to our goal as well. So this is our machine. If anybody wants, machine is available here. Specifications are there. It's a 12-volt machine, and this is a 10-panel machine. So at one height, we can put 10 panels. With one machine, we can attach 10 panels. Right? Frames. 10 frames. Yes, I'll show you that. Next. This is how it is installed. That process I'm going to tell you next. You have to keep a very close eye. Bees should not be harmed in this process. This is very next. Can you play this video? Video है, play करना.
So it's not like milking cow?
Sorry?
No. How do you extract the venom from each
each hive? I'll tell you. See, this is the extraction process. I'll explain the process. This is how it is extracted. This is a small video, but I'll explain you after this presentation. Can you see a panel is inserted inside, and bees are stinging on this.
The panels,
डॉक्टर जब इनको इरिटेट करेंगे बीज को तो मधुमक्खी को नुकसान नहीं होगा?
नहीं सर, इसको मधुमक्खी को कोई भी नुकसान नहीं होता, क्योंकि जो इसमें हम करंट स्टिमुलेट करते हैं वो बहुत कम होता है, तो उससे इसको कुछ इरिटेशन होती है, वो इस पे स्टिंग करती है, क्योंकि ये हार्ड सरफेस है, ग्लास होता है, इस पे हार्ड सरफेस पे वो स्टिंग करती है तो मरती भी नहीं है वो। अगर हमारे शरीर में स्टिंग करती है तो मधुमक्खी मर जाती है।
उसमें अर्लियर जो है लिटरेचर भी है, बताया भी गया था कि इस तरह की कोई चीज़ें जब डिस्टर्ब करते हैं तो फिर अप्लाई नहीं करेगा?
नहीं सर, इतना नहीं होता क्योंकि बहुत माइन्यूट करंट होता है, बहुत माइन्यूट करंट होता है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं, हम काफी ट्रायल्स कर चुके हैं सर। 150 से ऊपर ट्रायल्स हैं।
कोई आपका स्केप ना कर जाए?
नहीं ऐसा कुछ नहीं हुआ सर, आज तक एक
बहुत पुराना है ये, और ये इसमें जो है स्टिंग करेगी because of the surface, that sting doesn't enter into the flesh or something full है, so that is not broken, so it is a temporary phase.
Yes.
At this point of time they will not go for any other activity, they need a cooling period.
और उसके बिहेवियर पे भी कुछ ऐसा चेंज नहीं होता है, एक आधे घंटे के लिए कभी कभी हमने फील किया है कि उसके बिहेवियर में थोड़ा चेंज होता है, बट नॉट फॉर अ डे।
Temporary change होगा,
टेम्परेरी चेंज होता है क्योंकि वो स्टे कर रहा है,
you cannot have it for,
but that will be only for that last only for 1 or 2 hours, not more than that. एंड इसके बाद ये स्क्रैच करने के बाद सर ये ग्लास पे जो वेनम आ जाता है उसको हम सुखाते हैं, उसको एसी रूम में हमें सुखाना पड़ता है, एंड देन वी स्क्रैचेस लाइक दिस। ये भी वीडियो है, इसको थोड़ा
सर करंट कितना वेट का रहता है
सर वो
ये देखिए दोस्तों, ये वेनम को स्क्रैच करने की विधि है।
ये बहुत अच्छी क्वालिटी का वेनम स्क्रैच हो रहा है सर, एक ग्लास वेरी गुड क्वालिटी। यू कैन सी द व्हाइटिश पार्ट, what we have done in last 2.5 years is जो मशीन हम लोगों ने मैन्युफैक्चर की है, and then we have mastered in this extraction कि हर सीजन में हम लोगों ने ट्राई किया है, every season and every minute of the day, means starting from morning to evening, late nights, afternoons, we have tried every time, and now we know when it should be extracted, at what time, what is the best time to extract, and how much we can get from one hive, or so we know everything now. And now we have market also. This is finished good. Next you can. This is the finished good. ये final powder form में आता है. So now we are very confident कि हम लोग इस time पे निकालेंगे कैसा निकलेगा. So being my point of being there is आप लोग horticulture department से हैं, you know everything. हम लोगों की कुछ limitations हो सकती हैं, आप लोगों की limits हमसे बहुत ज़्यादा हैं. So what we want through you is if we can have some training sessions in horticulture departments, we can train your people so that you can train farmers, and this should be going on. So that's our motto. What we want from horticulture departments. We are doing very closely with IBTC Ramnagar, so we are keeping our sessions there. So we want our sessions should be in every part of the country. And currently we are doing this only on Apis mellifera. Serena we are working, but we have not succeeded yet. But soon we will be doing this. Serena पे भी हमारा हो जाएगा. So इसमें हम लोग मिलते रहते हैं सर, कुछ लोगों से, आप जैसे लोगों से, हम लोग IBDC में मिले थे, डॉक्टर सैनी थे, डॉक्टर सत्येंद्र यादव. Yes, congratulations to Dr. Satyendra Yadav, he has been promoted. And team IBDC है, आप VC साहब हैं. Dr. Sihar, he is Padam Shri awardee, and he is Dr. Stevens from Romania. He currently, when I met him, he was president of Federation of Apitherapy Association of Romania. Currently, he is president.
Apitherapy Commission.
Apitherapy, yes. Currently, he is president of Worldwide Apitherapy Community.
इसके भी सर जो बी वेनम का कलेक्शन का जो पीरियड टाइम जो है अपने कैसा टाइम से सुबह चाहिए तो क्वेश्चन है, और दूसरा जो स्टिंग करेगा बराबर वो लिक्विड में रहेगा, फिर पाउडर बनने के लिए कितना समय लगता है, तुरंत निकालते हैं?
उसको सुखाना पड़ता है करीब 2 घंटे. 2 घंटे you have to dry it and then you have to sell.
समय कौन सा है कलेक्टिंग का?
Best time is night of course, बट नाइट टाइम्स में हम लोगों ने कुछ ऑब्जर्व किया है, कुछ बीज जो बाहर रह जाती हैं उनको हार्म होता है, बट जो वेनम कलेक्शन बेस्ट आता है दैट इज इन द नाइट टाइम. बट अगर आपका कम निकालना है आपको, यू कैन डू इट इन द मॉर्निंग आवर्स बिफोर सनराइज.
और जब वो चालू करते हैं इंस्ट्रूमेंट, कितना समय रखते हैं? 1 घंटा 2 घंटा?
दिस इज अ प्रोसेस ऑफ 40-45 मिनट्स. इसमें ये पूरा नहीं चलती है मशीन, ये 5 सेकंड ऑन रहती है, 5 सेकंड बंद रहती है, और 45 मिनट्स के बाद बंद हो जाती है, शट डाउन हो जाती है. देन यू कैन शिफ्ट टू अनदर.
जो हाई है वो पूरा फुल ऑफ बीज चाहिए या कम चाहिए सर?
जितना ज़्यादा होगा उतना अच्छा रहेगा.
There are 2 models. One is placed on the landing platform. This is the model which is placed inside.
Sir, that model we have tried. Actually, we have tested on that also. जो beehive के बाहर रखा जाता है model, उसमें actually dust particles बहुत ज़्यादा आते हैं. And melting percent जितना ज़्यादा रहता है, उतना आपका better होता है product. Right? जब dust particles आएंगे तो melting percentage कम हो जाती है. So it is always better to put this drone.
This is better, but that is more affordable. Anyone can do that. This is because it is a simple platform, sort of agitation to the bees so that they are induced to sting.
True.
And earlier there used to be the wired systems where we have polyethylene sheets on that, and they were even got pierced. So that was the initial one. So these are the ones which are there. And you have experimented only on these. I would suggest that you have it on the supers.
Supers we have tried.
That is the
better result.
That is not only in terms of quantity and quality, but even the duration of your period you can improve at least by 3 times.
It is the best. You have tried on supers. Results are much more. So, and he is Mr. Ali. He is from Turkey, and he is president of Turkey Epitherapy Association. So this process is continued, and we are still working, we are still trying, but quite sure we can do. But now we need support from horticulture departments, and so that we can move along. Now we have orders also. We are getting good quantity of orders. Earlier we used to get orders like 1 gram, 5 gram, 10 grams. Now we are getting orders in bulk. So we can help farmers, beekeepers to earn extra. So that's our goal.
लास्ट क्वेश्चन.
Yeah, please.
आप बी वेनम सेल कैसे करते हैं? डायरेक्ट करते हैं या प्रोडक्ट बना के करते हैं, कंपनी को देते हैं, कोई फार्मास्यूटिकल कंपनी?
नहीं, हमने प्रोडक्ट तो नहीं बनाया है दोस्त अभी तक कोई. वी आर सेलिंग इट टू, और अभी हमारे पास टू बी ऑनेस्ट डायरेक्ट क्लाइंट्स भी हैं. हम लोगों ने करीब 30-40 सैंपल लिए हैं इंडिया में, बट हमारे पास ऑर्डर्स यहाँ से नहीं आए हैं. वी हैव गॉट ऑर्डर्स फ्रॉम अब्रॉड.
The basic market is in Eastern Europe.
Europe is a big market. Europe is a very big market. US is a big market.
Well-developed system of apitherapy. So
apitherapy they are still not using. I mean, they are using directly. They are not using in powder form. They are directly stinking.
Apitherapy is it is a combination of where we use venom also, we use it also, pollen also. There are so many things. Apitherapy means the therapy based on the products of the bees.
Yes, it is, sir. But what they are using is they are directly stinking. They are not used. We have proposed that कि powder form में कैसे use करेंगे. Recently we have a meeting in Bangalore.
You are wonderful. Nothing to this. I say therapy is a bigger form, bigger application, and this bee venom is one part of it.
It is.
Pollens are other, royal jellies are other.
Yes, got it.
Bee brood is there, and your efforts are laudable.
Thank you.
Keep it up.
Anything else?
And horticulture department has earlier also supported this. One man from Anil from Gene is there. Then three
4 persons are there who have also done it.
Anil sir.
And yes, Anil Sandhu. And those are the persons we trained them. And they did it with the on board.
Yes, I know that. I know that.
And
your
apparatus is good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What can you say about the shelf life of this product?
Sorry.
Shelf life.
Shelf life.
What you say about shelf life? I mean, it's
Bee venom. If you keep this in a minus temperature, it can last for 20-30 years.
only under freeze.
Huh?
When the powder is under freezer.
It should be kept in freezer. Minus temperature, any 2 degree, 3 degree, minus 2 degree. And it should not be oxidized. It should be, that's the most main part. It should not be oxidized. Yes, anything else? Thank you.
Now it's time for lunch break. At 2:40 we will assemble for visit to IBDC Ramnagar. Sharp 2:40.
फोटो करा लो।
Welcome at IBDC Ramnagar. Welcome, sir, at IBDC Ramnagar. Yeah. Start with or stay very printing in outside. Yes.
I thought you were going to sleep.
to attract the people. We mentioned some interesting from them.
To educate the meeting farmers, children, young youth.
Larvae, pupa, emergence of adult, like beads sting from their backside, and they have 4 wax glands. These have 5 eyes available. Sir, Haryana government especially focus on good beekeeping practices, like food grade plastic buckets to farmers for storage of raw honey, hive tools, other steel honey extractor, and glass bottles for their storage, selling of honey, comb foundation seed, bee box kit, queen weaving kit. All these items are covered under subsidy.
Okay, subsidy is what, 50%?
75%.
No.
75.
On bee hives and bee, the subsidy is 85%, and on bee equipment it is 75%.
Great support,
Yeah,
really.
yeah.
green cages, mostly.
Some chemicals are So this is our beehive observations. Earlier naturally एपिसेर 90 का जो hive है यहाँ पे इंस्टॉल हो गया itself. Due to high temperature, after 6 months bees left. But our farmers, children, very happy to see that queens moving, larva, pupa, and 8 to 10 combs. No? So that's very interesting. No? In this bees, inside and outside exit is from backside. No? And
so they will come back.
Come back every day. We explain about the difference between drone, queen bee, worker bee. Drone bees have big eyes, no? They do not have any wax glands, pollen basket. Honeybees come.
Mine?
They swarmed away. So it was due to high temperature.
This is the India's first integrated beekeeping center, which was established during November 2017.
So these are the different beehive products like propolis. Propolis very well known, everybody knows. Propolis is antibacterial, antifungal properties. And like the bee pollen, rich in nutrients, especially protein, 25 to 40% protein. Bee wax, used for comb foundation seed, nail paint, lipstick, many products. Pharmaceutical company also uses this. And honey, honey is known for 3 reasons. It's rich in nutrition, it detox our body, and it boosts our immunity. And no doubt better for skin health, gut health. Bee wax and royal jelly is also, we are collecting there.
Within last lecture, they have
Royal jelly. They collect some samples of serverorama. Sir, this is our student corner, and here we explain working of honeybee, how honeybee works. Like queen bee lays egg, and egg definitely for 3 days. After 5 to 6 days larva, 10 days, at the 10 days worker bees close it, and 11 to 12 days pupal development. At 21 day or 20 day worker bees emerge. After emerging, clean their house. 24 to 32 days work as a nurse bee. Take care, give food to small bees. And after that, construct their comb, hexagonal comb. For 32 to 40 days, perform their duty.
बीवी यहीं से बाहर निकल के चली जाती हैं, ये अंदर नहीं घुसती।
हनी बीज
घुसती है जी, एंट्रेंस है, लेकिन ये एक पोलन कलेक्टर लगाया हुआ है, पोलन
टांगों से
यदि ये लगाएंगे तो ये नहीं तो फिर वो साथ जाएगा, उसमें मिक्सअप भी होगा, कुछ नीचे भी गिरेगा, तो ये पोलन कलेक्टर ट्रे है।
Honey bees fly like aeroplane. They need platform. Apis mellifera specifically need platform. Apis renandica directly go to their hole or their entrance. But Apis mellifera have big size, na? A big body, so they need platform. This is the platform, and this is the brood chamber. Brood chamber for egg, larva, pupa, queen bee, drone.
Sir,
and
on request, can you please repeat?
Pupa, queen bee, drone. Basically, there is a reserve for the colony. If honeybees collect the surplus food, then they deposit in the super chamber or honey chamber. Okay? In super chamber, there is no colon, no queen bee, no larva, no pupa, no drone. Only if we use queen excluder seed. If we use queen excluder, if we use queen excluder, ये पानी पीने के चक्कर में होगी. Whenever go to a apiary unit, don't shake your hands like. If we shake our hands, one bee definitely bite you. After that, 10 bees bite you. Due to their pheromone smell or sting smell. Whenever go to bees, temperature is definitely required. If there is low temperature, don't open the colony. First we smoke the bee colonies. This is the inner cover. Inner cover protects the colony from the temperature. Properly selected seed. Properly selected seed. And this red color powder or sticky material is propolis. It comes from eucalyptus plants, acacia trees. This is sealed honey. This is the sealed honey. Sir, in the PPT also explaining, if honey drops like that, don't harvest your honey. If your honey at least 60% or 70% ripened, covered, then you harvest the honey. If honey drops like 2 drops, 10 drops, and sometimes you take frame from the colony and about 50 drops come to the frame top bar, then don't harvest the honey. Otherwise, because this is the pure nectar, more moisture content, na? And your honey ferments and all these are the worker bees. There is no drone. In the super chamber, you don't find any drone. No queen. This frame is also very successful.
मैं कर रहा हूँ सर, थोड़ा सा प्लीज, थोड़ा सा इधर।
Is this frame ready to harvest?
Done.
This is the bee pollen, na? Bee pollen. Bee pollen is very nutritious. If you consume wet bee pollen, then this is very nutritious. If you consume dry bee pollen, then
प्लीज थोड़ा थोड़ा पीछे हो जाएंगे, थोड़ा थोड़ा पीछे हो जाए, रास्ता रुक,
wet pollen is very.
मक्खी काट लेगी नहीं तो आपको।
You want to test, sir, honey? It's a little sour, na? Little sweet.
सर आगे मत खड़े हुई, मक्खी काटेगी आपको।
Little sour. little sweet, little. But wet pollen is more sweet.
It's coming from mustard, and I don't know what is the orange one.
The orange one comes from wild onion.
Wild
onion or maybe some wild carrot.
It is ready to harvest. And the yellow one is from mustard.
Toria.
Toria. Okay. Mustard.
When we use pollen collector unit,
Now it's full of honey.
don't use pollen collector every day, sir. We use alternate days, sir. 4 to 5 hours.
बंद होंगे फिर उसके बाद कर सकते हैं इसको इस स्टेज के ऊपर.
After 10 days, sir, almost fully covered.
Very nice.
वो बरोबर एक्सपेरिमेंट
भारी है भाई, एक हाथ से नहीं, एक हाथ से नहीं. अभी दाना में 20-25 और भी आएगी. यदि किसी को काटोगे ना तो एकदम झाड़ना नहीं. हाँ, एक काटने के बाद है ना फिर वो थोड़ा ना टेम्परेचर वैसा हो रहा है. कॉलोनी का अकॉर्डिंग टेम्परेचर ठीक नहीं है. जितना हो सके सेफली इसको बंद कर देते हैं. हाँ, बस कर दो बंद इसको. हवा भी आ रही, बंद कर दो इसको. हाँ,
मिनिमम टेम्परेचर रिक्वायरमेंट
हाथ नहीं लाना चाहिए.
एपीथेरेपी शुरू हो जाएगी.
बिल्कुल फर्स्ट टाइप ऑफ एपीथेरेपी.
ये तम्बाकू का धुआं कहाँ से आ रहा है?
तम्बाकू का नहीं, ये धुआं इसका है.
हाँ ये तम्बाकू
डाला होगा.
हाँ यस.
मतलब तम्बाकू भी खाती है. डॉक्टर में तो कर दो क्लोज कॉलोनी को.
हाँ हाँ कर दो.
You have sticks, just a normal doctor stick that it's observed with amitraz. You can see the amitraz before.
Small. Soil.
And you introduce it in between the brood combs. You take like a metal wire, put it inside the hive for 6 weeks, and this is really amitraz. It's a caricide, slow release, and you don't want it to be while there is a nectar flow inside your honey. Only on a low income and only on brood chamber. Okay. Same method with apistan. Over here, I think you have it all. It's a queen cage. You can do it like that, or put it here, or put it here. Many difference. And you cage the queen for 24 days. Then no eggs, no larva, no pupa, nothing that the varroa can multiply on inside the hive. And in that case, you remember in my lecture I told you about the fumigation of amitraz. So no brood inside the hive, and you are just putting this one inside. All the varroa is falling down, and you start the season clean.
This strip also contain amitraz?
This strip contains amitraz. Yes, it's amitraz. Over here it's a technical amitraz. It's like 98% of amitraz. Over here is 25%. It's like product that they are spraying on orchards. You put 3 drops. Light. You remember I told you this cardboard is dipped and soaked in KOH. Okay, the KOH will not allow it to have flames. So no problems of fire, just hitting the amitraz, it's evaporate and doing its work. We'll see it soon. Okay, we'll try on one of the hives.
In India, is market available this method? In India?
In India, I don't know. In Israel, you have it. It's very cheap.
Here, sulfur is available, which is using in acaricide in crops.
Which acaricide?
Sulfur. Can we use vegetable sulfur also?
I don't know. I don't know if sulfur is doing the job. I don't know. Yeah, plenty of acaricides, and I guess sulfur is also not so harmful for bees, but I don't know its activity on the varroa. I don't know. I don't have the experience.
Sir, we try it.
In Israel, all the hives you can insert inside this kind of a metal device. Before, we put oil, vegetable oil, on top of it, so the varroa that fell down will stick. Okay, we put it inside the hive, in the entrance. Then we are taking one strip like that. Somebody have a match?
Match.
Lighter, light box.
No smoking people. No, never mind.
मिल गया.
Let's put it in another. Where is the active? You have active.
Active bee colony. All these are active. Yeah. Active.
Okay. So what we are doing, I have. From the.
थोड़ा
Where is my box?
स्पेस दीजिए.
We usually put it like that. So in the end we take it out and see that it's burned. Over here it's maybe too small, but we'll try. There is busy population inside. Okay. So maybe you go out, so you don't want to smell it so much, it's not healthy. You see no fire. No fire.
मॉस्किटो रिपेलेंट में जो यूज करते हैं ब्लू कलर का सेम
So pay attention. There is a lot of varroa inside the brood cell. This thing will not affect it. But the varroa that is sporadic varroa, that is on the adult hive, if it's sensitive to amitraz, will fall down and we might see it soon. Okay? Like that we are doing, waiting 1 hour, and then we are counting. In this case I cannot put it inside, but then we are counting. Okay, I have 5 varroa. Okay, it's a good situation, I will not do anything. But if I see 150, 200, 500 mites, then it's very good time to treat and better do it quick. Maybe we'll come back to this hive later on and we see what's fell down on the floor, okay? You have another colony that you have a brood, and I want to shake bees and collect. First of all, we're looking for a nice brood.
Please.
We're looking for the queen. We don't want to shake the queen, okay? So you can help me if you want to check that the queen is not existing in the comb. Oh look, maybe you don't have queen here. You see?
Yes.
A queen cell?
Queen cell.
Do you know how queen cell looks like?
Yes.
So maybe, let's see if you have eggs.
This one has something.
Yeah. It's not.
Seals are not capping, huh?
I think there is no queen here.
कोई अलग कॉलोनी ओपन कर दीजिए.
So maybe you go a little bit back.
थोड़ा पीछे हो जाओ, उड़ेंगी.
Shake the bees and they might be a little bit upset, okay?
सर ये रास्ता है, इधर से काटेगी आपको, इधर जाएगी. सर प्लीज थोड़ा सा.
Don't shake your hands. Maybe come.
सर एक कुंडर से कुंडर
So we keep a bunch of adult bees here inside this stool. Over here we have powdered sugar, okay?
Okay.
We close and you start shaking. For 2 minutes shaking. Please help me.
Going in.
Where is the hive that we put the smoke in?
तो मैं करता हूँ फोन को बाद में मैं शाम
Shake, shake.
ठीक
2 minutes? Only 1 minute.
Like it.
कौन सा वाला?
Yes.
हाँ
Very delicious.
हाँ 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 हाँ
Hey sir, go, hey.
वो PDF मेरे फोल्डर में जाओ M1 में वैल्यू चेंज डेवलपमेंट करके फोल्डर
This is guy from Himachal Pradesh, yeah? Far away.
हाँ M1
Not so far away.
Not so far away.
It's nearby.
Karnataka is far away. Karnataka is far away.
Tamil Nadu also.
We are bringing back the bees. They will be okay. Oh no, with the powder. And I spilled some powder here. So over here, if it was a high infestation of varroa, we could see some varroa. I can't see now any. It may be clean. It's also a weak colony, but it seems to be clean. If you want to be sure, you take it with tap water. It's all dissolved and you can see the varroa on it. Here, it's clean. But this is easy and quick method.
To check the varroa mite infestation.
Yeah.
Instant.
The other,
मक्खी अंदर.
and you know, it's like if you find 1, 2, 3 varroa inside this, then the infestation level is low. 5 to 10, it's moderate. More than 10 varroa in shaking like that, then it's a high population. But it's an estimation. The other way, when we put the fire inside, the irrigation, it's much more accurate and you can know exactly and much better the situation inside the hive. Okay, we'll wait some minutes and then we'll look inside there, okay? They clean themselves and yeah.
They clean themselves.
And I think this hive is a little bit weak because we couldn't find
we can try it in different boxes.
Okay. We couldn't find the queen here and we saw a queen cell. So did anything with this?
No, sir.
Yeah, this is the gloves I used in Israel. Tell you the truth, your honeybees are really calm and nice. Even though I got one sting here, but in Israel I can never work and stand.
आपको इंडियन बी ने प्यार कर दिया.
After 20 days, ये colony are strong हो जाती है.
Yeah.
After 20 days, due to mustard flora.
With the sugar.
Sir, थोड़ा सा please.
You want to try with the shaker again?
But sir, but these colonies are infected with high beetle, na?
Huh?
High beetle.
It's a high beetle. Okay. Show me.
Due to more high beetle attack.
I never saw it.
At beekeeper farmer apiary level, there is lots of high beetle. If you open the colony, 20 high beetles on the top bar of the colony.
Wow. And what they are doing? They're eating the...
They just infesting bee colony. Damaging brood chamber.
It eat the wax.
क्या हुआ? अच्छा वो करना है तो वरना अपना तो expert है.
Okay.
किधर गए वो?
This is the old one. There is the old one, high beetle. This is the new one. Black color. In black color, this is the old one.
Yeah, we don't have it. We don't have it.
Damage the
Yeah, this one.
Okay. This is the old one.
Okay, yeah.
This one.
Yeah, I see. Wow. Yeah, and now the bee is trying to catch it, yeah?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I'll bring the... Let's try another try. Here's the hive tool.
सुंदर है तू
हाइव टूल इधर
अरे ये रखिए ये इसी को
वो क्या दिखा रहे हैं?
इसमें सर वलोरा माइट का इन्फेस्टेशन मतलब दिस द क्लीन वर्क
You can use it, yeah, no problem.
I shake there.
I think in here and you try to collect them, yeah.
भागो नहीं काटे के काटे बहुत हो गई बहुत
Okay.
आगे से हटो
Then sugar powder. 2 minutes, okay? Shake well.
This can be damaged.
Yeah, of course it's not nice for them, but there are two ways to do it. Either you do it with ethanol, and then it's much better, but then the 200 or 300 bees we have here will die. If we use powdered sugar, they will not die. You know that they don't like it, but
It's like Bhagwan Shankar ka tablet.
they maybe have headache. Right.
You guys go without
You can close it. I think you can see one mite here. Is it a mite?
ये क्या कर रहे हो?
Fumigation
See, maybe this is the varroa. לא תראה אותו, היא קטנה. אבל אין להם, הנגיעות שלהם באמת נמוכה. אצלנו זה עשרות.
אני לא רואה
היא חטפה סתירה של הרחוב.
आप आ जाओ सर, आपको नो प्रॉब्लम। हाँ, कोई नहीं। थैंक यू मैडम।
sample will be semicircular so that everyone can see it. Shall I start?
Israeli just here.
I'm audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Ask Israeli just to come here.
So this is a processing plant, honey processing plant, having capacity of 1 ton in one time. Total we can take some honey for processing at 2 ton. Minimum capacity is 500 kg. Less than that quantity it is not recommended because there is a 10% loss of honey during this process. Objective of honey processing is to reduce the moisture content of honey, as if moisture content is higher, on the higher side greater than 20%, it leads to fermentation of honey, as well as to kill all the microbes that may deteriorate the quality of honey during the storage. So in this process, first we take we get honey from beekeeper only. We filter that honey first raw tank. There is sieve to reduce the dead debris and dead bees and larvae. And this whole processing plant is double jetted. It is not recommended to directly heat the honey. So we directly heat honey with the help of this processing plant. From that raw tank, honey will be pumped in this raw tank. There is baffle inside. Uniform temperature will reach at 35 to 40 degrees Celsius. After that, we move that honey to the evaporator. In evaporator, actually reduction of moisture takes place. After reduction of moisture, we check how much moisture is there in the honey with the help of this moisture tank balance. When moisture content of honey reach to 20%, then we collect the honey in this finishing tank. After collect all the honey in this finishing tank, we pass it through the cooling chamber, because in the evaporator, temperature of honey is around 60 degrees Celsius. After that, immediately cooling of honey will be done, so that the nutrition particle and the bioactive component of honey, we could store that bioactive component. And after cooling, we kept our honey in the finished tank. From here, sometimes beekeeper take in the food grade party, but he want to utilize the facility of bottling as well. Then we send that honey in this bottling. After that, it is moved to the next chamber, that is bottling. Cost of this processing, cost for honey processing in this plant is around 5 rupees per kg. After subsidy, it is only for Haryana states. And processing facilities also available for out of state, that will cost around 14 to 15 rupees per kg. Minimum quantity is 500, maximum up to 2 honey, the flora from where we get oil, that honey will crystallize for a show. As well as in the winter, the temperature is too low. That accelerates the condition of crystallization. Around 95% of flora is there that will crystallize in winter. If mustard honey is not crystallized in winter, that means it is impure. Okay? You kept your honey in the fridge and it will not crystallize, then it is not pure. This is bottling, automatic bottling unit. Bottling of two bottles at the same time, then labeling will be done manually. This facility is only for the farmers, so that they can get their honey to the market only. And we provide FSSAI license registration for the processing and bottling to them. Labeling and bottle is also on the subsidy of 75%, so that they can sell their product to the market.
नेचुरल गैस होता है, एपिक हो सकता है, एपिक रहने पर इसका एपिक सिनारी हो जाता है। इसको रॉ मटेरियल को हम प्रोसेस करते हैं, प्रोसेस करने के बाद हम इसको मिक्स करते हैं, मिक्स करने के बाद हम इसको प्रोसेस करते हैं, तो फिर सीड मेकिंग बनते हैं। एक साथ में 3 सीड निकालते हैं इसलिए। इसमें जो हेक्टर सेल के बारे में आपको ये इसलिए बनाया गया क्योंकि लोगों की इसको अपना जल्दी बनाएगी और मार्केट में जो पोस्ट जो है तो यहाँ से स्पेसिफिक हम हरियाणा के लिए प्रोवाइड कराते हैं और 75% सब्सिडी पे 15 पैसे में लगते हैं। 15 रुपये 45 पैसे में हरियाणा के बीकी पर देंगे एक सीट। उसकी जो लिमिट है उसकी वन टाइम के लिए 1000 सीट्स है, वन टाइम के लिए देंगे वो लोग। उसके बाद अगर फार्मर रहेगा तो वो अगर अप्लाई करेगा। बाकी एक फार्मर के लिए 1000 सीटों का बैलेंस होता है, क्योंकि 50 पोस्ट का वो काम स्टार्ट करता है तो जितनी सीटें ज़्यादा करती है उस टाइम, क्योंकि एक बॉक्स के अंदर ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा 3 सीटें 3 टन लगाते हैं। इसी टाइप से ये सीटें लगाई जाती हैं जैसे हम
इसी पे दिया हमने प्रोजेक्ट। हाँ, बाकी हमारे पास टेस्टिंग फैसिलिटी अभी नहीं है, वो एक्सपोर्ट लेवल की लैब का प्रोजेक्ट अप्रूव हुआ वो उसमें होगी, जिसमें हम फिर टोटल पेस्टिसाइड, एंटीबायोटिक, C3, C4 सारे टेस्ट करेंगे। 8 करोड़ वाली है ना? हाँ, ये थे 9 करोड़ वाली जी। PLC, then it will cost may increase because one equipment is of 1 crore. हम number of equipment multiply करेंगे। हाँ, basic is 35 to 45 lakh. This facility is for the basic chemical test parameter that can check for reducing sugar, glucose, fructose, HMF, that as specified by Food Safety Standard Authority of India. For rest of the test parameter like C3, C4, sugar, honey authenticity test, pesticide, antibiotic residue, for that we have approval of a 20 crore lab that can test all the parameters that are necessary for the export of honey. Right now we have only 10 parameters and we have enable accreditation for these 10 parameters.
Would the cost 20 crore?
20 crore for the
for whole lab only?
For whole building plus equipment, everything.
Everything. Complete establishment of that lab.
As per the in export.
As the STC is going to be started here.
Ten parameters are total reducing sugar, moisture, specific gravity, hydroxymethyl sulfurous, ash content, acidity, proline content.
बाहर से सैंपल दिया तो टेस्टिंग कर सकते हैं इधर?
टेस्टिंग कर सकते हैं बाहर से सैंपल दिया, that cost 2084 rupees. For 10 samples.
10 parameters.
For 10 parameters. 2084 rupees for 10 parameters.